Mr. Slapka on behalf of the Council.
We will wait a couple of minutes, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honourable members, Madam Commissioner. Lately, we have seen a troubling increase of hybrid activities attributed or connected to Russia. These include instrumentalisation of migrants, sabotage, arson, and the jamming and spoofing on the global navigation satellite system. We have also seen physical attacks on individuals, cyber attacks and disinformation. All these actions are aimed at challenging our democracy, sovereignty and security, as well as the cohesion of our societies and the rule of law. When it comes to the sabotage of critical undersea infrastructure and the Russian shadow fleet, allows me to stress 3 main points. First, we strongly condemn any deliberate destruction of Europe's critical infrastructure and recent attempts to manage the undersea cables in the Baltic. The investigation is still ongoing and the suspected vessels is once again part of Russia's shadow fleet. Safeguarding undersea infrastructure is critical not only for regional security. These cables are vital for communication and data flow, and their disruption jeopardizes our security and economic interests. I would like to commend the Finnish authorities for their swift reaction and express full solidarity with the affected member states. Secondly, I would like to emphasise that Russia's shadow fleet does not only fuel Russia's war machine against Ukraine, but by circumventing the oil price cap. It also poses significant risk to the environment and maritime safety in Europe and globally with its inadequate maintenance and poorly insured vessels. Thirdly, and the most important, the EU is taking measures to address these incidents and safeguard undersea cables. We do this by improving information sharing, advancing detection system, bolstering undersea repair capabilities and deepening international partnership. We work closely, especially with NATO, to safeguard our critical infrastructure. We are also targeting the root cause of the problem by using sanctions. In December, the Foreign Affairs Council adopted the 15th package of sanctions on Russia, targeting, among others, the shadow fleet. The Council added 52 vessels to the list of those subject to a port access ban and ban on provision of a broad range of services related to maritime transport, bringing the total of EU-designated vessels to 71. On the same day, the Council also adopted the first set of listings under the newly established regime on Russia's destabilising activities. While any decision on further measures is to be taken by unanimity by EU member states, we will continue exploring ways to increase pressure on Russia and its shadow fleet, including through further restrictive measures. We will continue to engage with our partners and in international fora, such as in International Maritime Organization. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the European Commission, Ms. Virkkunen, Executive Vice President.
Dear President, honourable members, in recent months we have seen a series of further incidents affecting subsea critical infrastructure. The latest was on Christmas Day and resulted in the damage of undersea power transmission cable between Finland and Estonia and 4 undersea data cables. So, first of all, let me comment the swift action taken by Finland and Estonia, as well as their transparency in sharing information with the Commission and Member States. We strongly condemn any deliberate destruction of Europe's critical infrastructure, including damage to energy infrastructure and undersea cables. These events demonstrate the vulnerability of the critical infrastructure which we rely on for carrying data, gas and electricity. This must be seen against a backdrop of geopolitical tension and Russia's hybrid attacks against the EU. The damage of one single cable may not necessarily have a big impact in our telecommunications. However, their systemic disruption may cause several consequences for the affected regions and also the Union as a whole. Such damage could also entail significant risks for the environment and maritime safety in Europe. We can best respond to these challenges if we act together, combining civil and military response. The joint statement of the Baltic Sea NATO Allies Summit of 14 January shows the value of cooperation in tackling hybrid threats. Together, we are stronger. Against this background, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario and take a whole-of-government approach. To threat actors who are prepared to use an array of tools while trying to destabilise democratic societies. Let me explain how the EU Commission is working on 3 fronts. We are improving coordination, we are enhancing governance, and we are also increasing funding. On coordination, the legal instruments we need when it comes to prevention and preparedness are already in place. The Directive of the Resilience of Critical Entities, so-called SHARE Directive, and the Directive of High Level of Cybersecurity across the Union, so-called NIS2 Directive, entered into application on October 2024. These 2 sister directives are the basis for coordination and preparedness against threats and disruption. The SHARE Directive improves the physical security and resilience of critical entities. The NIS2 Directive improves the overall cybersecurity and digital resilience of critical infrastructure from cyber, physical and environmental threats. This means that the providers of digital critical infrastructure must also ensure protection against unauthorised physical access, damage, sabotage and interference. The necessary rules are in place, but we need more efforts on transposition. We continue to support Member States and call on them to transpose both directives as soon as possible. Last week we also published the Cyber Solidarity Act. It provides coordinated digital preparedness testing in the highly critical sectors, including digital infrastructure and also related cables. The Act also creates the EU Cybersecurity Reserve, which can respond to significant or large-scale cybersecurity incidents. Following the explosions along the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, the Council recommendation on critical infrastructure resilience addressed preparedness, response and international cooperation with concrete measures. Member States have also conducted voluntary stress tests of critical infrastructure in the energy sector to identify vulnerabilities, and this pilot initiative should be expanded to further sectors. The Commission is also working with Member States and ENISA under the recommendation from February 2024 on secure and resilient submarine cable infrastructures to perform a mapping of cables and assess related risks, develop a cable security toolbox of mitigating measures, and also draw up a list of cable projects of European interest. These measures all focus on prevention and preparedness. Yet we also need to hold actors accountable for sabotage and other attacks. For this, our coordinated action using sanctions is worth mentioning. It is in December 2024 the Council adopted its 15th sanctions package against Russia, focusing among other aspects also the shadow fleet. As part of these sanctions, 52 additional vessels were added to the list of those banned from accessing ports and from receiving a wide range of maritime transport services. Second, on governance. In the EU, we are lacking a common governance of cable technologies and cable laying services to ensure rapid and secure repair and maintenance of cables. We need to work in complementary with NATO, which is a key actor when it comes to deterrence in the high seas. At the recent summit of Baltic Sea nations' governments, the Commission and NATO outlined concrete and very coordinated action to address the challenges in cable resilience, protection and repair. We welcome actions launched by the NATO allies, such as new patrol and surveillance operations to protect critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. The European Commission is ready to do more and better in our prevention, early detection, as well as response and recovery capabilities. We are currently working on identifying concrete actions and steps to be taken, and some more structurally, to improve the resilience and security of the undersea cables. And third, about funding. This includes our already substantial investments in the security and resilience of submarine cables through the Connecting Europe Facility digital programme, including in the Baltic Sea, where we are currently financing 8 projects. In addition, there is more than €5 million earmarked for connectivity infrastructure in the CEF digital work programme in the coming years. The first call is ongoing. Furthermore, under the CEF, we are supporting the deployment of smart cable systems that can be used to monitor nearby activities and anticipate threats and vulnerabilities, acting as an early warning system. We are also looking into how further reinforce our ability to deploy and repair cables so that we are equipped with the necessary fleet capable to rapidly intervene in all EU regions. Keeping Europe safe is my priority, including safeguarding our critical infrastructure on sea, land and space. Now I'm looking forward to hearing your views, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vice President. We'll now hear from the members. First of all, Mr. Gallo on behalf of the European People's Party.
Colleagues, Council Presidency, Commissioner, among the multifold wake-up calls that we are getting to assess the Russian threat to our countries, the Presidency alluded to some others. The demolition of critical infrastructure such as sea cables is just one further example. And I think Putin would be disappointed if we discussed whether that was accidental or who was responsible. He wants us to know that he is able to exploit and test our vulnerabilities. In these circumstances, it is good to see that we are increasingly prepared. And I'm happy to learn that 52 additional vessels were added to a list of those who have no access to our ports. And I'm grateful to the Commissioner that you listed all the measures that we are working on or already implementing in this regard. I think that is yet another example where we see only together we are strong and only together can we represent and defend our interests. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Ms. Fritzen, 1 minute. On behalf of the S&D Group.
Thank you, President, Commission, Council. Over the last few months, we've seen a growing threat and damage done to undersea cables in the Baltic. I'm from Sweden, and I live on the Baltic coast with my family, and we know that we are especially vulnerable to the Russian shadow fleet. About 1/2 of all Russian oil exports goes through our waters. They're huge environmental risks. Our security is at threat and our infrastructure too. It's also a very clear example of how Russia is trying to circumvent international sanctions. And hence we have to put a stop to the introduction of Russian oil and gas to our states. We shouldn't be importing this. We have taken a decision. We have to put a stop to it now. To conclude, I also welcome measures to increase cooperation around the Baltic Sea. This concerns our safety, our security and our environment. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Mr. Vistisen, 1.5 minutes. On behalf of Patriots for Europe Group.
Situationen i Østersøen The situation in the Baltic is quite serious. We have seen explosions of the gas pipe Nord Stream 2 and these damages to undersea cables that there have been, where we as NATO allies have been completely inept at defending our interests in the Baltic. Unfortunately, it's a number of catastrophic military decisions that leave us so helpless in this situation. In Denmark, for instance, it was a monumentous failure to stop financing the submarines in the Danish fleet. So we don't have the eyes and ears we used to have to control or follow what foreign forces are doing in our nearest waters. So we can only hope that the NATO allies around the Baltic, Sweden, Finland, the Baltic countries and Germany will now start a much more forceful naval defence. What I can also hope is that we will introduce sanctions against the Russian shadow fleets, which Denmark has not done at all. Apparently, Denmark is actually obliged to repair Russian shadow fleet vessels, even though they are transporting oil and gas and financing their war in Ukraine by doing so. So let's pull ourselves together. Introduce sanctions to make sure that Danish shipyards are not obliged to repair ships. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Mr. Posnax for a minute and a half on behalf of the ECR group.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Since the previous debate on the Shadow Fleet, 2 strategic cables have been broken in the Baltic Sea and 1 example of an ecological disaster in the Black Sea witnessed. A few dozen ships have been sanctioned, but several hundred continue their illegal work. But ships are just transport. In essence, it's about oil. Where is it being transported to and who is buying it? And here are some interesting coincidences. Since the sanctions against Russian oil were introduced, its import to the European Union has decreased dramatically. However, the need for oil products has not decreased, and it is compensated with oil products from India. According to various data, approximately 60% of the shadow fleet goes directly to India. It may be just a coincidence, but I don't believe in it. We want our book publishers to be able to prove the origin of every tree from which the paper for their books is made. Maybe it is time for us to treat petroleum products similarly. Otherwise, it may turn out that we are at least partly paying not only for Russia's aggression in Ukraine, but also ecological disasters and damaging our critical infrastructure. Sometimes the hardest battles have to be fought in front of a mirror.
Thank you. Mr. Pyatt, 1 minute for Renew.
Dear colleagues, a day before, on the 24th of February 2022, Russia initiated their new attack against Ukraine. Many important analysts said that, according to their data, Russia will not attack Ukraine. However, it did. These analysts were wrong. By now, many ships have damaged underwater power and energy connections, most recently on Christmas Eve, and therefore Baltic people pay a lot more for electricity they would if these contacts were intact. And still there are people who don't believe that damaging infrastructure is a part of Russia's hybrid war. But it is. And we need to stand up against that together. Russia will test how far they can go. Potential objects of attack are not only in the Baltic Sea, they are in the Northern Sea, in the Mediterranean, in the Atlantic. We must protect the connections. These who damage them need to be punished at the greatest length. So it is more dangerous for Russia to recruit these crews that will commit crimes for them. The activities of European countries can only be sufficient if our assessment of the threat is adequate and corresponds to the actual.
Mr. Ninis.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it is ridiculous to claim that the cable breakages in the Baltic Sea would be accidents. All of a sudden, several tankers would have started to drag, just by accident, their anchors for tens of kilometers at the bottom of the sea, and at the same time circle around the well-known cable routes. Well, that is not possible. The shadow fleet has to be stopped, both for the environmental risks and security risks. EU and its member states must secure that all the shadow fleet vessels will be covered by the sanctions, and with our partners these impacts will be global, and stopping this fleet will take away billions of euros of income, and at the same time we have to make sure that the systematic checks system of insurances takes place, and also the seafaring law will have to have means to tackle the illegal traffic also in the Danish straits if there is an environmental serious risk, and that is exactly what the shadow fleet causes. We have to take initiative and not just keep waiting for the Russian sabotage.
Minuto en nombre del Grupo de la Izquierda.
Thank you very much, President, ladies and gentlemen. The Russian shadow fleet constitutes an immediate threat to safety, security and the environment in the Baltic. A week or so ago, there was a huge tanker that was drifting with 100,000 tons of oil on board because of its engines failed. And at the end of December, the Finnish authorities boarded a tanker, Eagle S, which is now being investigated for the damage to cables in electricity transmission and internet between Finland and Estonia. Now, that tanker had Russian oil and had huge flaws in seaworthiness. Now, the boarding of that Eagle S vessel shows that we can actually do things against this threat. We need to stop people breaking sanctions and financing Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. We need to act now before it's too late, before there is a huge accident. We have to have more blacklisting. We have to have more investigations and checks. The Russian shadow fleet has to be stopped for the sake of the environment and for the sake of Ukraine.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Ahora.
Thank you. Mr. Droza, 1 minute. Europe of sovereign nations.
President, honourable members, the Commission has published statements on the shadow fleet targeting Russia. Last week, NATO Secretary General Mr. Rutte talked about and fantasized about attacks on our infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. We saw a special summit in Helsinki, and then in the Washington Post there was an article relying on Secret Service reports stating that damage to Baltic Sea undersea cables was not caused by the Russians. You can understand why President Trump in future might not want to have anything to do with European NATO allies. What about German investigations into the North Sea pipeline? There are risks here, but we have a simple solution. Let's get rid of these sanctions targeting Russia, and then we will see the shadow fleet disappear into the mists of the sea. Thank you.
Gracias. Con esto hemos acabado el turno de intervención.
Thank you. We've now completed the round of speakers on behalf of political groups. We'll now hear from members, starting with Mr. Aaltola for 1 minute.
Hyvä puheenjohtaja, arvoisa komissaari Virkkunen,
Venäjä käyttää varjolaivastoa kiertääkseen pakotteita vahingoittaakseen kriittistä infrastruktuuria. Näillä toimilla se tahallaan ja tuottamuksellisesti testaa lännen reaktioita ja meidän tulee ymmärtää, että passiivisuus haasteen edessä viestii heikkoutta. Venäjä ja Kiina käyttävät Itämerta testialustana. Liiallisen itsevarmuuden tasosta kielii sekin, että Venäjä kokee voivansa painostaa Eurooppaa.
Sorry, we are having a problem with the... I'm not sure if you could start again your speech and then we ensure that we are ready with interpretation. Sorry.
Venäjä käyttää...
Chairman, President, Russia uses shadow fleet to circle sanctions and damage critical infrastructure. This is how Russia tests our reactions, and we have to understand that we shall not remain passive. We show our weakness if we remain passive, and Russia uses the Baltic Sea as its test platform. Russia feels that it can pressure Europe where it has its own critical energy transport activities. So we should remain active and keep on controlling shadow fleet's traffic in the Baltic Sea and send a clear message to Russia. Make sure that it understands that it is not possible to use shadow fleet in the Baltic Sea. It is not just traffic as such. We have to recognize these shadow fleet vessels and put them on the sanctions list. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Heinäluoma, 1 minute.
Todellakin Itämerellä on nyt aivan liikaa elintärkeiden kaapeleiden rikkoontumisia, että tätä kaikkea voisi pitää sattumana. EU voi menestyä vain, jos se osaltaan pitää huolta ääriettömistä kansalliset rajat ylittävistä.
Sorry, we are having a problem with the English. If you could start again, sorry. Yeah?
It's my pleasure. Itämerellä on nyt todellakin.
In the Baltic Sea, indeed. There have been too many critical infrastructure cable breakages for it to be considered a mere coincidence. The EU can only be successful if it does its share of securing incidents-free cross-border connections. That is why the repeated cable breakages in the Baltic Sea is an issue for the whole of the Union. The Baltic countries have already taken action in order to improve the surveillance together with NATO's allies, and their presence in the Baltic Sea is a very positive fact. The ruthless activities of the Russian shadow fleet has to be tackled. The EU must approach the authorities of the flag states of these ships and require absolute adherence to the security rules and normal seafair practices. EU must quickly increase the number of sanctioned vessels and decrease the oil's price cap, as well as promote the insurance checks, and we expect forceful action by the Commission.
Mr. Dvorczyk, for 1 minute.
Panie Przewodniczący, koleżanki i...
Thank you, President. Colleagues, once again we have criminal activity being carried out by Russia, in this case in a shadow fleet, on our agenda. The EU has not been effective in its action. We haven't managed to limit Russia's actions, rather the opposite. We're seeing more and more of this kind of thing. Terrorist attacks, destroying infrastructure, destroying undersea cables. That is international terrorism, and it is high time we took effective action against it. We need cooperation in NATO. We need to ensure that the Baltic Sea is safe, and we need to combat those responsible. Sanctions on the fleet should be respected unambiguously, and we should have a an effective list. There's 79 vessels on the fleet, but there are over 600 vessels in the Phantom, the Shadow fleet. So we need to ensure that we hit all of those sectors. Mr. Austrevicius, 1 minute.
Mr. President, Ministers, Commissioner, Russia's intensifying war against the West, our critical infrastructure, democratic system, and our economy, which has not officially been declared, has been going on for years and is a reality today. The recent events of breaking telecommunication and electricity cables in the Baltic Sea are not just accidental. This is a hybrid war. A strong joint EU-NATO response is essential. We need to increase regional cooperation and we need to embark on concrete actions. The Baltic Sea Police mission is essential in order to ensure our social and economic security. We also need to anticipate the development program of sea cables. And I think we must ensure Western companies and their investment and their involvement. And we need to reduce Chinese investment and influence. The experience gained and the cooperation projects designed to protect the offshore cable infrastructure in the Baltic Sea must be applied to other waters around Europe and also in the Mediterranean. Thank you.
Newman, por un minuto.
Ms. Neumann, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, for too long have we treated the Baltic Sea as a tourist destination, a quite periphery of Europe. Well, it turns out it's not. Hundreds of vessels of Russia's shadow fleet pass through the Baltic, lacking proper insurance and sailing under ever-changing flags. These worn-down, uninsured tankers are creating the conditions for an environmental disaster of unimaginable scale. The recent breakdown of 2 such ships just in front of the island of Rügen offered us a glimpse of the potential magnitude. These ships are severing energy and communication lines, deliberately attacking the very arteries that connect the European Union. Last week, Europe stepped up. NATO's Baltic Centre initiative uses advanced drone fleets to patrol and protect critical undersea infrastructure, and it is the first NATO mission led solely by European troops and capabilities, and it proves that Europe can lead in securing its regions. But we must go further than monitoring. Sanction shadow fleet vessels and their owners, ban tanker sales to states undermining the oil price cap, and automatically stop sanctioned and uninsured ships entering EU waters. We shouldn't wait for a blackout or an oil spill before we act decisively to protect our waters and our citizens.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es la palabra para la señora.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, 1 minute.
Arvoisa puhemies, viimeksi lokakuussa
President, last October I called for stronger action to tackle the Russian shadow navy in this place. Since then we've seen the risks associated with the shadow fleet becoming more concrete. It allows Russia to continue its illegal war in Ukraine, it can sabotage critical infrastructure, and it poses a continuing serious environmental risk to the Baltic Sea. We have already had a warning example of this in the Black Sea. The Finnish authorities have been praised, and rightly so, for their swift action in relation to the Eagle S vessel. However, we need more means. The EU must support the member states in the Baltic Sea region in finding ways of stopping and inspecting ships with the framework of international maritime law. The EU must add individual ships to the sanctions list. And contrary to many opinions, sanctions have had a significant impact on the Russian economy and still does so, and therefore this work must continue. We must continue work for stopping the shadow fleet, both for Ukraine and for the environment. Thank you.
Por un minuto.
Mr. Blaha, 1 minute.
Vážení, prosím, prestaňte tu šíriť.
I think we should stop all this kind of conspiracy theory business about Russian fleets destroying undersea cables. You've got no evidence for it. It's pure anti-Russian propaganda led by the Americans. Look at Nord Stream. Jeffrey Sachs and other Americans have demonstrated that it was the American secret services who were responsible for that terrorist act. They hit the Turkish stream. 2, they stopped gas supplies to Europe. Dictator Zelensky bringing an energy war to Europe. We in Slovakia will defend ourselves. We're talking about tens of billions of euros. Whose interests are really being defended here when we talk about low-cost Russian gas? If we buy more expensive gas from the US, it'll be the ruin of Europe. You're making up all these sabotage stories. You glorify Zelensky, demonize Russia, and I think you should wake up once and for all.
Gracias. Ahora es el turno para...
Thank you. Mr. McAllister, 1 minute.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident.
President, Executive Vice President, honourable members, the NATO Baltic Sea Conference in Helsinki brought the Russian shadow fleet to the highest political level of discussion, and it was long overdue. We have seen an appalling slew of rusty oil tankers, uninsured, sailing in our seas, and Russia is deliberately circumventing international sanctions. According to the German press agency, some €12 billion is flowing into the Russian war chest. It is a key source of revenue for Russia in its illegal war in Ukraine, so we need to swiftly look at the international action that can be taken to tackle the shadow fleet and hold Russia accountable for its illegal invasion of Ukraine. Thank you.
Gracias. Ahora es el turno para el señor Kremer.
Thank you. Mr. Kremer, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, I wouldn't usually recommend watching Russian television. But in the last couple of days, it has offered some revealing insights into Russia's view on the Baltic Sea. Because in talk show after talk show, we can watch Russian commentators discussing which undersea cables and pipelines connect European countries in the Baltic Sea, and also which would cause the greatest harm if destroyed. Sadly, this isn't just television drama, but it's a grim reality. In recent months, we've seen the destruction of critical energy and data infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. One incident involved a Chinese vessel, another one a ship from Putin's so-called shadow fleet. So let's call this what it is: sabotage. Putin is testing us. Putin is testing our resolve. So let's show him our resolve through decisive measures to strengthen our resilience, through greater naval presence in the region, and through finally tougher sanctions on the owners of Putin's shadow fleet. Colleagues, it's time to push Putin's hybrid warfare back to where it belongs, into Russian TV fiction. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Vice President Zila, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, Commissioner, I will start with the good news with the summit in Helsinki, and within NATO the situation has improved after this summit meeting, and the Baltic Sea has been controlled since. But in the current situation, the most important and the strongest instrument at Europe's hand against Russia is to impose sanctions against operations of Russia's shadow fleet, as was recently done by the US. Russia is getting several benefits from the operations of this fleet. It allows it to get income for sustaining the war machine by circumventing the price cuts, the risk of damaged infrastructure in the Baltic Sea and the North Sea, and also there is a risk of environmental risk posed by single hull tankers. And also it divides EU member states in terms of interests from the geographical point of view. And we also see that the comments of colleagues are based on geographical insights. And strong sanctions should have been in place already yesterday, because all these elements of hybrid war are firstly and mainly directed against the interests of the EU member states. And if we don't do this, then the new US administration would pose us a question: why should we in the US protect Europe if Europe doesn't protect itself? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Henriksson, 1 minute.
Talman, Commissioner Virkkunen.
President, Commissioner Virkkunen, the security situation in the Baltic has worsened. Every day we're seeing unseaworthy vessels from the Russian shadow fleet with tens of tons of oil running through this important internal sea. And this constitutes a serious security threat for the environment, for the Baltic and the whole of the EU. The Finnish authorities caught one of these Russian shadow fleet ships red-handed, and this vessel had dragged cables along the seabed and damaged important other cables. It's hardly a coincidence. We know that there's a lot of vision on the Baltic Sea. We need to continue having such close vision on what's going on. We need to work together. We need to increase resources for security, defence and preparedness. The Baltic should not become a theatre for hybrid operations and sabotage.
Thank you. Mr. Sinkevicius, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, today we confront a critical issue at the core of the EU's commitment to Ukraine, global security and economic stability. The shadow fleets fueling Russia's oil trade and, of course, Russian oil chest. While the recent oversight and monitoring efforts are commendable, they are sort of like painting over a rust, a temporary fix that at the end of the day fails to address the root cause. The reality is clear. Russian oil finds its buyers, including here in Europe. This revenue funds the war in Ukraine and funds destabilization in Europe too. So to address this, I propose 5-step action plan. First of all, the G7 oil price cap. It needs to go down even further to $30 per barrel. Secondly, expanding sanctions to target shadow fleet vessels and their enablers. Secondly, enhancing EU maritime surveillance. We need to close loopholes allowing Russian oil imports, such as in Bulgaria. And finally, establish an EU task force to improve intelligence sharing and enforcement of sanctions. So I call on action now, not to wait for further sabotages in the Baltic Sea. We have a unique moment with the Poland's presidency of the EU, but also with the Commission. And I call to ensure a unity in this matter and to take measures as soon as possible.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Mr. Clausen, 1 minute.
In the Baltic Sea, there's an increase in barely hidden acts of sabotage on our undersea infrastructure. By all accounts, these acts of sabotage are carried out by the secret Russian shadow fleet. We cannot ignore that. So let me ask, when will we start to take this seriously and take off the kid gloves? When will we do what we have called for several times? Increase the pressure on the flag states that Russia uses. When will we actually explore the ways in which we can limit the shadow fleet? Every day the shadow fleet is at sea. It adds enormous amounts to Putin's war machine. Money for death, destruction and repression. And every day it's a danger to the environment and our infrastructure. When is it enough? We will not bow to either Trump nor Putin. Let's say stop.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno del señor.
Thank you. Mr. Vanka, 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the targeted destruction of underwater infrastructure is a crime and has to be condemned wholeheartedly. In this chamber, everybody supports measures to stop this from happening, and if they do happen, for it to be pursued. On the 26th of September 2022, 3 of 4 Nord Stream pipelines were destroyed in a criminal act. 25% of the annual methane emissions of Germany was released in one go. It's a huge catastrophe. Where were the condemnations from this Parliament? Is there good and poor undersea infrastructure? And if yes, where's the difference? The Russian Federation were accused of being those responsible for that, but now we know that's not the truth. With all probability, it was Ukrainian forces with support from the West who carried this out. So I want to see less hypocrisy, less double standards, and more prevention of these sort of things from happening by actions carried out by this Parliament.
Muchas gracias. Es el turno para la señora Kalniete por un minuto.
Thank you. Ms. Kalniete, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, during the previous year, we have witnessed targeted attacks on our critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. They are harming our energy and communication systems, and every day endanger transactions worth trillions of dollars. Investigations indicate involvement of Russian and Chinese ships. It is essential to safeguard our infrastructure. Therefore, NATO has launched the enhanced surveillance mission Baltic Sentry. But that is not enough. The UK has sanctioned 110 vessels, but the US more than 200. We, with 79 sanctioned ships, are lagging behind. Colleagues, these ships not only endanger our underwater infrastructure with their hostile actions, but they are earning billions of dollars for Russia, thus prolonging war in Ukraine. We have to be more active in the tackling of the shadow fleet. We have to act fast and decisive.
Ahora es el turno para la señora
Thank you. Ms. Kaljurand, 1 minute.
Lugupeetud president,
Dear President, Commissioner, Russia's hybrid attacks have increased year by year. We know that, we see that, they repeat them, but we are still unable to prevent or punish them. European Union, one of the largest economic areas in the world, cannot slow down the Russia's war economy that is several times smaller. Today, it's the shore countries of the Baltic Sea and NATO are supervising the sea. At the same time, we are adopting sanctions that will not be fulfilled, and Russia simply sneers at it. Everybody says the right words: cybersecurity, solidarity, partnership, sanctions. Words do not cut it. We must start acting decisively and efficiently. Only then can we stop the Russian war machine in Ukraine and cyber attacks in the European Union.
Mr.
Bielan, 1 minute.
President, Russia's war of aggression is creeping its way to our Union and neighbours, highlighting both the commendable work of national security forces but also our collective shortcomings in our defences against hybrid threats. It is imperative that we bolster our resilience against these provocations, which are endangering our populations, our infrastructures and our ways of life. We know that the information sharing and resources dedicated in national programmes to the detection and countering undersea infrastructures are not sufficient. However, solutions exist: better EU-NATO cooperation, investments in backup systems, enhanced collective security in the region, but also a stricter enforcement of the UN CLOS. To conclude, let me underline that undersea infrastructures are the tip of the iceberg. Exploding packages, arson attacks, death threats and election interference are happening, and it is our duty to provide our collective answers. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno para la señora Katainen por 1 minuto.
Thank you very much. Ms. Katainen is next for 1 minute.
Kiitoksia puhemies. Hyvä komissaari. Venäjän varjolaivaston toiminta.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The Russian shadow fleet in the Baltic is a classic example of hybrid influence. It's difficult to patrol the seas, and it's difficult to catch anyone red-handed. It's good that NATO is now present in the Baltic to deter hybrid influence. The Baltic Sentinel operation is to use ships and other technological solutions. We will not be able to secure all of our marine infrastructure. We'll have to react quickly, and the responsible authorities will have to cooperate. We will also need to be ready to deal with oil spills, for example, and other environmental threats which might be caused deliberately. To what extent is the Commission supporting national authorities in their work so as to secure our infrastructure?
Señora Levin, por un minuto.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Levin now for 1 minute.
Herr talman.
President, Madam Commissioner, in the middle of December, we had a vessel from the Russian Shadow Fleet that was in the Baltic Sea. 3,000 tons of oil leaked out into the Baltic Sea and also damaged underwater infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. We also need to be aware that at any time we can have the type of oil disaster we saw in the Black Sea in the Baltic Sea. This is something that would be a real catastrophe. We already have pollution, plastic pollution, overfishing, and the very last thing we need is an oil disaster. We see that there are around 25 ships in the Baltic Sea from the Russian Shadow fleet, ships that don't even have insurance. Sometimes they're ticking environmental time bombs. We need to end Putin's vessels in the Baltic Sea. We need to end the source of financing for the Ukraine's war. And in order to do this, we have to stop the shadow fleet for the sake of peace and for the sake of the environment. Thank you.
Ahora es el turno para el señor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Terrace for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mrs. Vice President, dear colleagues. Over the last year and a half, there have been a number of incidents underwater critical infrastructure was damaged by commercial vessels in the Baltic Sea. These are acts of covert war, dear colleagues, and not insolent mishaps, as some have recently speculated. Russia has identified our underwater critical infrastructure as one of the main weak points, our Achilles heel. Russian politicians have publicly bragged that this is the new face of the war and we should live with it. We cannot accept this kind of behaviour. In addition to NATO operation, the EU should step up as well. One of possible protective measures could be voluntarily acceptance of cameras on the captain's deck, for instance. We need to use technology and out-of-box approach to stand against this nasty threat. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem. A ako ďalšieho poprosím. Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Danielsson.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you very much, President. For some months, we have been discussing the threat of the Russian Shadow Fleet here in the Parliament, and now we are back again to talk about damage to important infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. We're talking about damage to underwater cables, but these aren't the only types of attacks that we see. We see issues around Gotland, around Finland, that have affected the shipping traffic in the whole region. This is no coincidence. This is part of the hybrid warfare, and it is time to act. Our sanctions are clearly not sufficient. We have to act against this shadow fleet. We need to have safety for our maritime transport. This needs to be linked to sanctions. We need to look at our TEN-T projects as well. We have to really invest in our infrastructure, but we have to start by ending Putin's shadow fleet. Thank you.
Ďakujem a teraz poprosím.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Ratza.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Colleagues.
Millal on leidnud tõestust kahjude tekitamise kohta Läänemeres ja Vahemeres? Jääb selline mulje, et ei pöörata piisavalt tähelepanu Euroopa Liidu poolt oma strateegilistele huvide kaitsel. Ning üks küsimus puudutab just veealust taristut.
Some member states, including Italy under Giorgia Meloni, have focused on the submarine environment and protecting our energy supply, and we have given the necessary administrative and legislative attention to this. The feeling in the Mediterranean and the Baltic is that the same level of attention has not been played by the European Union, and this is going to be more important than ever, because in some cases this is almost a state of war. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Mr. Eabs has the floor.
Godātais prezidenta kungs, godātā Virkunenes kundze, man liekas, ka daudziem...
Mr. President, Commissioner Virkunen, I think many colleagues in the House are unfamiliar with Russian hybrid attacks. We in the Baltic area are very familiar with them. Attacks using migrants, the destruction of digital infrastructure. This is all the work of the Russian shadow fleet. We need to sanction all the ships in the shadow fleet, not just the 70 already on the list. Shipping insurance is also important. The European Union could close the Danish Straits because these ships pose not only an environmental threat to the Baltic Sea, but a security threat to our critical infrastructure. So a serious EU reaction is necessary. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Stačis.
President, Commissioner, Russia is a threat to the Baltic Sea with its shadow fleet. We can see what could happen in the Baltic Sea if we look what happened recently in the Black Sea, where there was an accident and oil leaked into the sea. This would be an absolute catastrophe in the Baltic Sea. It would destroy the ecosystem. Our beautiful beaches would be destroyed for decades. NATO has reacted. They have sent patrol ships. And we also need to assume our responsibilities. We need to protect the Baltic Sea. What does that mean? We need to react immediately if there is some kind of oil spill. We need coordinated action to protect the Baltic Sea. We need to make a strategic plan and have strategic points within this area until we have tackled this shadow fleet.
And the next speaker is Ms. Juknevičienė.
Kolegos, šešėlinis Rusijos laivynas, kuris padeda Kremliui ukrainiečius, yra didelio Rusijos ir jos pagalbininkų karo prieš mus dalis. Kokių veiksmų turi imtis Europos Sąjunga, kovodama su Rusijos šešėliniu?
There is no English translation, so if you can start again, and hopefully the interpreters will get to...
Now I can start?
Yes, please.
This already works? Gerbiami kolegos,
colleagues, the Russian
Phantom Fleet, which is helping the Kremlin in its war against Ukraine, is a war against Western states. What should we do? What should the European Union do to fight this shadow fleet? Parliament said in its resolution in November last year. Now we can see that this shadow fleet is being used as a tool for sabotage. I would congratulate Finland, who've shown a clear example of how to react in these cases. It has a direct effect on our security. Russia is trying to act in a way that does not violate Article 5 of NATO, but their goal is to provoke chaos, to keep societies held in fear, and to try to influence elections and so forth. We need to act now. We need to find all the tools that we need.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Andriukaitis.
Dėkoju, gerbiamas posėdžio pirmininkai, gerbiamą komisarę. Tikrai nemanau, kad 24.
Thank you very much, President. Madam Commissioner, I am sure that when we look at the infrastructure around the Baltic Sea, the damages caused were no accident. The Baltic countries are trying to decouple from their old power network connected with Russia. So Russia is trying to discourage the Baltic states. And Putin is trying to see to what extent the EU and NATO will react. I welcome the actions taken by NATO. We can see that the sanctions we have are not sufficient. Only 79 ships have been sanctioned. The World Maritime Organization has not been sufficiently used to stop these ships going into the Baltic Sea. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Mr. Wąsik.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest country in the European Union, Germany, allowed for Putin to make huge amounts of money and blackmail Eastern Europe. This was all done through Nord Stream. I think it's time to hear about more sanctions on Russia and those supporting Russia. The Americans have imposed sanctions. That's the only way. Only tough sanctions will help deal with Russia. I call on everybody to support further sanctions on Russia. This is an empire of evil once again. Putin's Russia must go bankrupt and the civilized world must make it happen. Otherwise, we all need to learn Russian. Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Gebrandi.
Mr. Chairman, Minister, Commissioner, I demand a much higher priority by both the Commission and the Member States. We simply have no time to waste, and for three reasons. First of all, this shadow fleet is a floating environmental disaster. We've seen it in the Black Sea, and a new big oil spill was only recently just avoided in Germany. Secondly, the shadow fleet is undermining the sanctions and financing Putin's war. And thirdly, they are a danger for our security. Our energy and IT cables, they are targets for Putin. And as we are very busy mapping our sea cables, Putin is at the same time destroying them. So I have a few very concrete questions. Why are we not entering every ship, like Finland has done, that we suspect might be part of the shadow fleet? Why have we only managed to identify 79 tankers? So I urgently call on the EU, the Member States, the coastal guards, make this your first and foremost priority. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Teodorescu-Moore.
Herr talman. Thank you very much. Over the last 3 years, the EU has put in place 15 different sanctions packets against Russia, but it doesn't matter how many sanctions we put against Russia if they simply can find their way around them. Russia has been significantly building up its shadow fleet and now controls hundreds of ships flying under other countries' flags that transport Russian oil and get around these sanctions that help to finance the brutal war against Russia. These ships are often old, they are not insured, and there's a real risk of accidents and oil spills in the delicate waters of the Baltic Sea. The EU has sanctioned 79 ships and the US has sanctioned 183 ships. I suggest that the EU put in place sanctions against any ship that is suspected of being part of the Russian shadow fleet. And the EU should also look at the possibility of confiscating oil from any of these tankers that dock in any of the EU member states. Finally, the EU and its member states need to apply economic and diplomatic pressure on the accomplices of Russia that are enabling the existence of this shadow fleet. Ukraine must win the war, so we need to do everything we can to destroy the Russian war economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Ms. Repp has the floor. The future of Europe's security will be decided in the Baltic Sea. Underwater cables are essential networks and vital to security of supply. The Russian shadow fleet is attacking undersea cables between the Baltic coastal countries. We need to diversify infrastructure, improve surveillance and coordinate protection measures at European level. As well as civilian strategies, we need military security. A strong alliance of democratic countries in the Baltic area is necessary in order to combat the threat from an authoritarian country. I come from Rostock, not only an important port, but also an important coordination centre for Baltic maritime security. We should not put up with these threats anymore and deal with them head on instead. Thank you. And now the next speaker is Mr. Veriga.
Pirmininkė, gerbiami kolegos, kol kas tik Suomijai užteko drąsos.
Colleagues, so far, only Finland has had the courage to take any specific measures to stop any of these boats in the Shadow Fleet, which had damaged cables on the bottom of the Baltic Sea. We have to act. We have to stop saying that we are worried or concerned. Concern is not enough to defend our critical infrastructure. Member States have to take concrete actions. There are more and more states who want to be energy independent from Russia, which is bringing Russia to damage their infrastructure. So now we have to act, and we have to do as Finland has done. They have set the example. These vessels should at least be confiscated and taken to somehow compensate for the damage caused. That can be a deterrent.
Meneer de voorzitter, mevrouw de commissaris.
President, Commissioner, colleagues. We've known for a long time now that Russia's war against Ukraine doesn't just occur on the battlefronts. Over recent years, there have been a number of different incidents across Europe. Sabotage. Sabotage inflicted on our societies and causing chaos. There's one word for this. This is terror. And now we're seeing civilian ships because Russia is trying to get around the economic sanctions and they are now sabotaging our necessary infrastructure. It's time to take action, preventative action and reactive measures. The 15th sanctions package is a good step, and the fleet in the Baltic Sea, but more has to happen. Pressure is coming from outside, and I'm turning here to my colleagues. It's up to us to protect Ukraine against Russian sea on land, at sea and in the air. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Di Rupo.
Madame la Commissaire.
Madam Commissioner, I was looking at who was responsible for these ships, and it seems there are a lot of intergovernmental agencies. There's, of course, the European External Action Service, which is coordinating, but there are also interior matters for the EU to look at. The consequences of this, there's millions of undersea internet cables, and also gas and oil have consequences on security and on pricing. So I wonder why we can't have a clearer picture, a clearer structure, so that we can see a bit more coherence in our way of acting here. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne a teraz poprosím kolegu Toveri.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Toveri.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. As we have heard, Russia is waging hybrid war against us all. In this case, by using its shadow fleet and other maritime actors to destroy our undersea infrastructure and to threaten us with ecological catastrophe. We have now heard about different, mainly defensive actions taken to prevent these attacks in the future. However, let's keep the eye on the ball and at the root cause of these attacks, the Russian illegal attack on Ukraine. Russia uses the shadow fleet to avoid EU sanctions and to fund its war in Ukraine, plus to punish us for our support to Ukraine. We need to stop this for Ukraine and for ourselves. But let's not fool ourselves. These attacks won't stop by surveillance and defensive operations. These actions stop when Russia is made to pay for its crimes. We need to lower the price restrictions on the Russian export oil to $50 per barrel or even lower, and we need to stop the whole shadow fleet using many different methods mentioned here, and not only around 1/6 as we have done so far. Inaction and lack of punishment that empowers Russia, making Russia pay, stops it. Slava Ukraini.
Ďakujem pekne a chcel by som...
Thank you. And I now close the Catch the Eye and call Mr. Berenson.
Collega's, wij kunnen niet accepteren.
Colleagues, we can't allow that just a few kilometres away from our coast, with a sabotage to our own infrastructure, our cables for data and for electricity that lie on the bottom of the sea. These are invisible motorways for our communication. Perhaps European citizens don't see the interest in this infrastructure, but Russia and China certainly do. The Russian shadow fleet sails over our infrastructure every day. And in China, there has been a patent accepted that can go through these cables faster. We have to do everything we can to protect our infrastructure. So more investment in the marine environment and in technology, in drones, for example. And we need to have the capacity to be able to repair this damage as well. Now, this doesn't all have to happen in detailed European law, but we have to provide support for those countries who are working together for the good of each and every one of us.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Sousa Silva.
Senhor Presidente, Senhor Ministro.
President, Minister, Madam Commissioner. By having this shadow fleet, Putin is creating a new form of war by proxy. It's not just in the Baltic Sea, it's in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean where we find these shadow ships as well. This shows us the possible vulnerabilities of our underwater infrastructure, whether it be communications or energy. It's not necessarily for immediate sabotage, but this infrastructure is being mapped for possible later attacks. This hostile behaviour really needs to stop. And that is why I would suggest that the EU, working closely together with NATO, sets up a task force that brings together all of these efforts in dismantling this shadow fleet so we can guarantee the security of our critical underwater marine infrastructure.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Ratas. Mr. President, Commissioner. Russia is using the shadow fleet to fund its war machine. More and more often, these ships have been damaging underwater infrastructure in the Baltic. The Russian shadow fleet is a threat to Europe's security, economy and the environment. Russia is hiding but must be brought to account. Damaging infrastructure is a crime and must be punished. These sabotage attacks must stop. NATO is already patrolling using aircraft and ships in the Baltic, and the European Union should also strengthen its surveillance capacity. We need to look out for what more is happening. The risks are great. The ships don't have insurance. We need to improve our resilience and react to these threats. Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Polfjord.
Herr talman.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. It's 3 years since we had the Russian full-scale invasion in Ukraine. Over the last 3 years, the Ukrainian people have shown their resilience and courage, and it is our duty to stand by and support Ukraine economically, militarily, and with humanitarian aid as well. This ability to bypass our sanctions using the shadow fleet and also the underwater activities means that the Baltic Sea has become a vulnerable area. The EU is doing a lot, but it needs to do more. We need to stop this war economy that is financing Russia's war, amongst others, against Ukraine. I am sure that we can do more from the EU side together with other actors to ensure that Ukraine wins the war. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Salla.
Let's face it, Russia is testing us in the Baltic Sea. Europe needs short-term and long-term actions to protect our critical infrastructure. We need more effective sanctions against intentional sabotage, actors that flag and host fleet vessels, and investigations to identify and sanction also shadow vessels' ultimate beneficial owners. The EU and NATO should utilise AI-driven tools to detect suspicious activities near undersea infrastructure and have a strong enough presence in the Baltic Sea. Baltic Sea member states should also have the right to inspect the cargo and documentation of vessels in their waters to discover the cargo's origin and destinations. In the long run, we need a unified regulatory framework for cable protection, reduce reliance on Chinese companies, develop advanced technologies for cable protection, monitoring and repair, and strengthen cooperation among member states, NATO and our global allies.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Pedro.
Uma guerra que não se declara, mas que ataca.
A war that does not speak his name, but which affects us where we are most vulnerable. Sabotage of submarine cables. We see that this is responsible for 90% of international data traffic and is key to modern societies. This is crucial for our societies, our governments, our day-to-day lives. We're all dependent on submarine cables. These Russian attacks and Chinese attacks against Taiwan might mean that we're in a new phase of hybrid war. The response is clear. We need a strategic, clear strategy with links with our allies and ensuring that we have a robust response to increasingly sophisticated attacks. It's not a coincidence that this has happened. We're talking about cables that are key to our connectivity, and this makes Portugal a target as well. This is key for our sovereignty. We cannot be victim to an undersea war, a hybrid war which has already started.
And I have only two members who asked for the floor, so both of you will be able to speak. Now, first, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Budzinski.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue being debated today is a fundamental one because Russia is an imminent threat to security and peace in Europe. Vladimir Putin has categorically said that he wants to restore the power of the Soviet Union and Russia in as wide borders as possible, including Ukraine, threatening Finland, Poland, the Baltic states. We know from Russia's military doctrine that they use all policies for military purposes, including these underwater infrastructure attacks in the Baltic Sea. We need to demonstrate solidarity and resolution. We Poles, not least Professor Lech Kaczynski, have been talking about this threat for years. We hope that Europe will stand together against Russian imperialism, finally.
Sorry for the swap. Now, Mr. Brudzinski.
Dziękuję bardzo. Oczywiście na początku pełna...
Thank you. I agree with the previous speaker. What can I add? Perhaps I can say something different in relation to sabotage against infrastructure in the Baltic and circumvention of sanctions by the Shadow Fleet. There is a major threat of environmental disaster in the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea. Both of these are closed seas. If there were a will to stop this shadow fleet, then it could be done. It could be done at the Danish Straits for the Baltic and the Dardanelles in the Black Sea. Everybody in the trade knows that if the will were there, this fleet could be eliminated. But it suits the oil companies and it suits the Kremlin for them to continue sailing.
And now let me hand over back to the Commission. Madam Commissioner Virkkunen, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for this debate and thank you for all the support for your very strong and coordinated actions we are making. Keeping Europe safe is my priority during this mandate. Much has been done, but much more is needed, as we know. You can count on the Commission to ensure that this will happen. We will together defeat Putin's war of aggression and hostile actors sabotaging our security. We will remain vigilant. We will build our own resilience and strengthen our ability to hold those behind attacks accountable for their actions. We stand ready to respond fast and decisively to all these threats. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner, and let me hand over to the Council to Minister Slapka. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, honourable members, Madam Commissioner, thank you very much for this debate that mostly shows our unity in this very important issue. The incident involving undersea cables in the Baltic Sea is the latest in a series of suspected attacks on critical infrastructure. These malicious actions demand our united attention and swift response. We will enhance cooperation for information sharing and protecting of critical infrastructure both within the EU and with our international partners. Together with our partners, we will continue to curb the activities on the shadow fleet, disrupt Moscow revenue streams, and ensure that Russia's war machine is deprived of the income to continue its war of aggression against Ukraine. And we remain ready to use all available instruments, including other restriction measures, to ensure the security on our continent. Thank you very much for your attention again.
Dziękuję bardzo. A rozprawa k tomuto bodu.
Thank you. And that ends the debate on that item.
Nakoľko predseda nedostal žiadnu žiadosť o hlasovanie o žiadosti.
There has been no request concerning simplification of investment and improving competitiveness. That was announced yesterday. This request is deemed approved under Rule 51, paragraph 2. The next item are Council and Commission statements, the Hungarian government's illegal espionage of EU institutions and investigative bodies. And I call on Minister Schwabka once again to take the floor.
Mr. President, honourable members, Mr. Commissioner, let me start by recalling that beyond the issue at stake today, EU institutions and Member States have a joint responsibility to uphold the values enshrined in our treaties. When it comes to the use of spyware, it's clear from the Union's primary law and case law that unjustified and disproportionate interference with individuals' fundamental rights are not acceptable. Limitation to fundamental rights may only apply under strict conditions and for duly justified purposes. We need to ensure that these standards are respected to avoid any abuse towards individuals. Let me also say that transparency is vital in public life as it ensures that citizens have access to accurate information, fostering trust in the institution, promoting accountability and encouraging civil society to play an active role. Any attempts to circumvent or to go against these principles deserve our attention and concern. In my capacity of representative of the Council, I must emphasise, however, that the Council does not comment on speculative or unverified reports, including those regarding the Hungarian government's alleged espionage of EU institutions. It's crucial that we base our action and statements on established facts. Any concerns about such matters should be addressed through the proper channels, such as investigation by the relevant authorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Minister, honourable members. Thank you for inviting me to this debate today. Like all of you, I have seen the media reports alleging espionage by the Hungarian authorities against staff of the EU institutions. Let us recall that according to the reports of the Hungarian investigative journalists, the surveillance of Olaf staff was supposed to take place in the context of projects to modernise the lighting of public places funded by the European Union. The tenders were won by the company Helios. Respecting the independence of Olaf, I cannot comment on these allegations. I would like to stress, however, that protecting EU money is a shared obligation of the Union and of the Member States. And it is essential for the Member States to cooperate with Olaf and provide its staff with the assistance they need to carry out their tasks. I can also tell you that in the Helios case, Olaf ultimately concluded that there were numerous irregularities in the tenders awarded to that company. Olaf recommended that the Hungarian government be required to repay 17 billion Hungarian forints. Olaf fulfills its mission by carrying out independent investigations into fraud and corruption involving EU funds. I stand firmly by Olaf's staff, who work so tirelessly to protect money belonging to European taxpayers. Today, I would like to thank all EU anti-fraud investigators involved in the Helios case. It was they who showed professionalism, determination and courage. And finally, they did their job, ensuring that public money from the EU purse did not end up in the private pockets of those close to power. I also would like to stress that the Commission remains committed to protecting its information, staff and networks from illicit intelligence sharing actions. In terms of safeguards in place to impede attempts of espionage, the Commission has at its disposal specialised services in charge of human and digital counterintelligence. These services safeguard the institution's staff, information and assets from various threat vectors. There is also a strong cooperation with the other EU institutions and Member States which are equally targeted by espionage. The Commission's competent services have been also strengthening the resilience of staff at all levels regarding human and digital espionage through information sessions and awareness-raising campaigns. Staff members are regularly reminded that they may be the targets of intelligence-gathering attempts, both in their professional and their private lives. I want to assure all Olaf anti-fraud investigators, ensuring the right conditions for you to carry out your mission, including looking after your safety, is and will remain one of my most important tasks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ďakujem, pán komisár. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you. And now on behalf of the European People's Party, Christian Democrats, Mr. Fabricievich.
Mr. Commissioner, Minister, what we can learn from public information from media, but also what we could hear from the Commission and the Council once more and again proves to us that Orban has installed an authoritarian regime in Hungary and is much closer to Putin's standards than to those of the European Union. I will remind what was going on in that investigation, because an investigation by independent journalists showed that the process of spying by the Hungarian Secret Service of representatives of Olaf, European institution, those who were investigating István Tibor, Orban's son-in-law by accident. and he was suspected to use EU funds illegally. This situation is a moral transgression of all possible barriers. How can we define a member state that spies the European Union institution? It's unimaginable. What's more, Orban introduced new visa rules also for Russian and Belarusian representatives, citizens. It was called, quite rightly, in a public sphere, an open door for spies. As the member state of the European Union and the NATO during the war in Ukraine, we have a duty to protect each other, also in terms of counterintelligence security. Meanwhile, the Hungarian government is acting as if it is the enemy of the European Union. We can ask ourselves how many enemy spies got through and operated within the EU thanks to this open visa door. And finally, we have the issue of extending sanctions against Russia, where a decision must be made by the end of January. It is also a question of frozen 190 billion euros of Russian assets. Here too, Orban is blocking. It all really comes together logically. We are dealing with the enemy of the European Union and the Western world, and an ally of Putin, and let's treat him as such in a serious way. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Molnar for the S&D Group.
Dear colleagues, for many years we have known that Orban's government has used the secret services against its political opponents. Previously we heard about the Pegasus software that was installed on the mobile phones of journalists and politicians, and now we know that the Olaf staff was spied upon. The reason was very simple, because Olaf was investigating a case related to Orban's son-in-law, István Tiborcs, who became from one day to the other, from an unknown man to one of the richest billionaires of the country. So Orban's son-in-law steals the money, and then the Secret Service takes action against Olaf. And this investigation was started by the minister who was responsible for EU funds. They created a separate task force for this surveillance. The responsible minister doesn't think it's a problem, and they haven't started a specific investigation in the same way they didn't start an investigation in the case of the EU funds that disappeared miraculously. One of the ministers has been banned from the United States and is on a sanction list at this moment. I'm calling on the Commission to start an investigation and consider it as part of the rule of law procedure against Hungary. This is the interest of the Hungarians, and it's also the interest of the European Union.
Thank you, and now Mr. Dumater for.
Thank you very much. This debate is taking place at a time when Europe is hit by several crises: economic growth of around 0%, uncertain and expensive energy supplies, competitiveness in ruins, deteriorating public safety in big cities. So there is a lot of work to be done. And what is the European Parliament's left-wing majority doing about it? It calls for a debate on Hungary to be put on the agenda for about the 127th time, on the basis of assumptions and anonymous sources of a single newspaper article. Not so incidentally, the media in question is financed from the neighborhood of the American Democrats, who in the meantime have failed. It is of little interest to the initiators of the debate that the Hungarian authorities have in the meantime provided information on the matter, that the allegation is not supported by any objective data. Moreover, Olaf has not reported any surveillance of their staff. I will not go into any detail because the facts do not matter here anyway. The point is that they always find room on the agenda for an orchestrated witch hunt against Hungary, but somehow they never want to debate the substantive issues. For example, what Europe Europe's position should be in the new war situation. America would make peace now. There are still no debates on this for several hours in this House. In recent weeks, they have prevented a debate on Commissioner Reinden's money laundering scandal while he has been the master of life and death in the rule of law investigations. They have prevented a separate debate on Facebook censorship when it is not just a conjecture but a fait accompli. The opinions of millions of Europeans were still stifled by censored so-called fact-checkers. Nor is there a debate on the consequences of immigration. Since 2017, 52,000 women have been sexually assaulted in Germany alone. No debate takes place on this. Always about Hungary. We are used to this, but we do not accept it. Because no matter how many times Hungary is put on the agenda, we will say again and again, we have seen pressure, we will not give in on the issues that are important to us.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Teodorescu for the Conservatives and Reformists. I firmly believe in the presumption of innocence, but if the allegations turn out to be true, I'd like to ask this. What are you if the European institutions come to check up on a company owned by your son-in-law and you put your secret services on their tail to sabotage the inquiry? First of all, you're obviously corrupt. Secondly, you're obviously an amateur spy. And thirdly, even more seriously, you're an imposter or a hypocrite. You're a great fighter against globalism and the establishment, but you're using exactly the methods of your enemies. Mr. Orban, Hungarians are forever crossing the border to Transylvania in Romania to do their shopping, because food is cheaper and the standard of living is better. Maybe you should start looking after your own people. Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Wilmès. 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioner, for those explanations. European citizens have the right to expect the right to behaviour from their public services. OLAF ensures transparency and integrity when it comes to political decisions that are made. And here we have a political actor, Hungary, which is wiretapping and spying on an OLAF investigation. That's simply unacceptable. We talk about foreign interference, but what happens when there's institutional espionage within the EU of a legitimate EU agency? If these allegations are proven, I hope there will be a firm and strong reaction from the European Commission. Parliament has been insisting on the activation of Article 7 of the TFEU. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Ms. Strick for the Greens, European Free Alliance.
Commissioner, the Hungarian government's secret service spying on EU officials. A violation straight from the playbook of adversarial dictatorships now happening on EU soil. Undermining an EU institutions because it may reveal Orban's corruption actually reveals Orban's disloyalty and readiness to sabotage the work of Olaf. And Commissioner, you referred to Olaf itself to do an investigation, but I urge you, why not launch an investigation as a commissioner? Because it goes much further than hurting Olaf. It's really affecting the EU as a whole. The scandal also reveals Orban's complete lack of intention to fight corruption. So I also urge the Commission to be vigilant, keep money frozen, and ensure independent and effective anti-corruption policies and practices. We cannot accept taxpayers' monies ending up in the large pockets of the Orban clan. The Hungarian government may portray the EU as an adversary for its own gain, but the Hungarian people know better. They know that we are their ally and we cannot fail them.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Balsama, the Europe of Sovereign Nations.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender,
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, so-called journalists making all sorts of allegations right, left and centre. We've seen this in Germany, and we've seen what the Correctiv network has done. It was a piece of theatre to trick the population, and it was aimed against the AfD. Such practices destroy trust in democracy. This is not journalism. This is targeted propaganda against the AfD as the strongest opposition party in Germany. According to these Hungarian and Belgian so-called investigations, Hungary spied on EU officials, but there's no proof. National prosecutors are not taking any action. These allegations are not worth the paper they're written on. We should treat the Hungarian people with respect and stop this nonsense. Thank you. Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Vázquez Lázaro.
President, Commissioner, what we are discussing today, if true, would see again a serious violation of democratic principles and the rule of law in the European Union. It is deeply alarming that the Hungarian government might be involved in illegal spying on our institutions and fact-finding bodies. This practice not only jeopardizes the security of our data and the integrity of the investigations of our institutions, but will also mean that it will undermine the trust that we must have between member states and our common institutions. It is crucial that we can conduct investigations into fraud, corruption and any other illegal activity that impact the financial interests of the Union without obstruction. We cannot tolerate a government undermining these fundamental principles that breaks the cornerstone of our Union, mutual respect and cooperation. Without this, we have nothing. And again, we see how Viktor's Orban government show that it is untrustworthy. And it actually threatens every European and Hungarian citizen's rights. What sort of patriotism is this when you constantly breach fundamental rights for political gains? That is why the Commission must take decisive action to protect the autonomy of our institutions and to ensure that any acts of espionage are investigated and punished if necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Incher.
Colleagues, the revelation of Hungary's intelligence services spying on EU officials undermine what little trust there is left between the collective EU member states and Hungarian regime nowadays. It constitutes yet another direct assault on our common values. This spying, including on Olaf investigators that were probing the misuse of EU funds, reflects a broader pattern in Hungary where the erosion of rule of law, democracy and fundamental rights has become systematic. From the misuse of spyware like Pegasus to laws targeting LGBTQI rights, the curbing of press freedom, the oppression of minorities, these acts of espionage on EU officials is a continuation of Hungary's transition into authoritarianism and Orban's transition into fully fledged dictator. These acts reaffirm the necessity to strengthen the EU rule of law mechanism and the rule of law report. Enough is enough.
Thank you. Mr. Wilimski is next.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You might know a film where people are accused of the same thing over and over again. And here in Strasbourg, we have the left, the socialists, the communists, who just spew their hate time after time against the Hungarian people and the Hungarian government. And we're told now this is from an anonymous source. This is something that supposedly happened about 10 years ago that's suddenly been found by this investigative journalism financed by George Soros. apparently EU officials were spied upon. Again, this is a debate to damage Hungary. Again, it's somebody who's been watching too many spy films and created a villain and now projected all of this onto Hungary. The Hungarians deserve their place and to be treated with respect and not treated in this way. We should be thinking about what the EU Secret Service is doing. I think if we shouldn't be regurgitating something that supposedly happened in Hungary 10 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Brudzinski has the floor.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie przewodniczący, szanowni.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, it's obvious that all member states should combat fraud, and I, as a former parliamentarian and government which believed in transparency, I know what I'm talking about. I agree with the Commissioner who has praised Olaf. It's quite clear that you have to fight fraud, but the left need to look in the mirror. Qatargate, Reinders. There's never been a debate in this House about scandals affecting left-wing governments. But in the case of Beata Szydło, Mateusz Morawiecki, or today Viktor Orban, we have these debates time and time again. I don't know the facts, but I can see that there's no balance here. Thank you. Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. García Hermida van der Walle.
Thank you, Chair. We have yet another debate about the Orban government undermining the European Union. And it turns out that Orban has most likely been spying on the European Anti-Fraud Office, which was investigating his abuse of EU taxpayers' money through corruption and nepotism. Now, in a healthy system, there should be, at the very least, tough reactions from the other governments. But instead, Hungary's fellow members of the Council keep silent. What are we dealing with here? A group of adults keeping clean house together, or school buddies that don't tell on each other? As for the Commission, can the Commission give an advice on whether it is still safe for the EU agencies to operate in Budapest or to meet with the Hungarian authorities? Clarity must be given, and the Commission, yes, the Commission is the relevant authority, must open an investigation into these allegations immediately. The Council, under the leadership of Poland, should strongly support this action. And if proven, the espionage on the EU must be dealt with swiftly and forcefully. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Freund.
Colleagues, since Viktor Orban has taken power in Hungary, mysteriously his closest friends and family become unbelievably rich. Millionaires, sometimes even billionaires. And when now the extreme right here in the House uses a mix of whataboutism or talking about other scandals, what they're trying to hide is that there is a serious corruption problem in Hungary, and anyone that tries to do anything about it or investigate is going to meet the full force of the Hungarian state. Intelligence, spying. We have seen it with Olaf. I myself have experienced it. In the middle of the election campaign for the European elections, all of a sudden I have the cybersecurity of the European Parliament in my office who says that there is an attack with the spying software Candiro on my accounts. And when you look at the list of governments that are known clients of this software, well, it's China, Russia, and it's the Hungarian government. So this is nothing new. Commissioner, we need to protect our civil servants. We need to make sure that they have the proper equipment, the proper training, so that we are not spied upon. Thank you.
Will you accept blue card from Mr. Bausema Arno?
No, thanks.
Ďakujem. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Rod-Neveďalová. Thank you very much. Colleagues, what a load of nonsense about something that isn't even true. And it's interesting that we're having a debate about something that doesn't even exist. There's no investigation, there's nothing on the table, and here we are debating something as if it was true. We should be careful about what we're debating. If this were true, it would say a lot about the security of all our systems in the member states. I remember what Mr. Vavrikievich was saying. He was saying that Orban is an enemy of the Western world and the European Union. I really don't know if any of us can really say that. So we should really think about what we're talking about. There's no proof. I mean, let's assume Orban might decide to spy on these people. What would he be looking for? All of this stuff is public. There's no information to be had. So there's no investigation, no hard information. It's absolute nonsense, and it's a waste of time for this Parliament. Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Haider.
Thank you, President. Wiretapping phones, illegally extracting data from work laptops, searching hotel rooms. These are the accusations that have been recently published against the Hungarian Secret Service, which are extremely serious. And now we're hearing that it's Olaf investigators who were there to investigate violations of the rule of law in Hungary that became the targets themselves. Since 2017, the Hungarian government has used Pegasus software against the opposition, journalists, lawyers. What are the consequences of this? It is necessary. The legal instruments that are supposed to regulate the use of spy software in Hungary are amongst the weakest in Europe. The PEGA investigative committee analysed the situation in the member states and came up with specific recommendations for a legal framework to protect citizens from illegal spying. Up till now, we are still waiting for the Commission to propose new legislation. This Commission must finally deal with this problem to stop the erosion of rule of law, democracy and fundamental rights. Our citizens need to be protected from state surveillance, whether it's in Hungary or anywhere in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Vicek.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, colleagues, how many times we have witnessed that the left, based on fake news and blatant lies, attacked Hungary in the European Parliament. We know that they like to talk about the alleged corruption in Hungary here, so that's why I'm going to give you an example like that. In fact, in recent days, the head of an important state institution was found to be involved in a serious corruption case. Interestingly, however, the left and the European press are silent about this. Why? Because it happens to be the commander of the Brussels outpost who is involved in this corruption scandal, the head of the Integrity Authority. We could say that the suspect is the Hungarian Reinders, who, as a man of Brussels, has acted as a whip of anti-corruption. Then it turned out that he was in the same shoes as Reinders. He is suspected of fraud and abuse of office. Of course, Brussels is also silent about Reinders' shameful case. The man, who for years has accused Hungary of breaching the rule of law and corruption, is now being prosecuted for corruption and money laundering. Hungary continues to suffer because of the double standards of European democracy. What is tolerated without a word in other member states, Hungary is being crucified for. Is this double standard, ladies and gentlemen, not worthy of a cabaret?
So we actually have two, if you accept both of them. And the first one was from Garcia and van der Velde.
What language will you be using? Okay.
Thank you, colleague, for your intervention. What I don't understand is why are you so afraid for an investigation? If it's innocent, if there's nothing to prove, if there's nothing wrong, you should be the first one asking for an investigation, because the person who has nothing to hide is never afraid for an investigation at the hands of the competent authorities. Thank you.
We are saying who does something wrong has to be investigated. But is this really the only problem in the European Union? Is Hungary the only problem in the EU? I think all the countries, especially Germany, Poland, everybody has a problem. Why don't you investigate that? Thank you.
Will you accept the second card? Sorry, will you accept the second blue card?
Okay.
Colleague, you said that the director of the Integrity Authority had been selected by Brussels. I don't know if you're not aware, but the selection procedure was entirely run by the Hungarian government, who appointed this director. So saying this is somehow a Brussels plot that someone who you yourself or your government selected. And then the second question, it seems that in that investigation in his office, you've collected all kinds of documents on corruption cases that are unrelated to the director. Does this not rather look like interference in the independent work, supposedly, of this authority?
And the interference of independence, I have seen enough here in Brussels. This is my first term as MEP, and for the last half year, I have seen more of the shameful democracy in this House than anywhere else before. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem a teraz poprosím.
Thank you. And now Ms. Keller.
Commissioner Mr. Serafin, Minister, colleagues, here we are again. After Hungary's use of Pegasus, we're now stepping it up a notch. We're seeing new suspicions of espionage by Hungary. Members of OLAF were surveilled and listened to when they were carrying out an inquiry onto possible misuse of funds by Hungary. The information available is very concerning, and of course we have to shine a light onto this. We can't tolerate this type of conduct from a member state towards our institutions. Furthermore, at the time of the revelations, this member state had the presidency of the European Council. This affair shows two things. One, the feverishness of the Hungarian government when it comes to the use of these funds. As Raquel from my Renew Group colleague said a moment ago, why would they be monitoring the Olaf investigators if they hadn't done anything wrong? And at the same time, it shows how important it is to have a conditionality mechanism for European funds to ensure that they respect the rule of law. It shows once again how important this tool is and how necessary it is. We have to implement it immediately.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Schaller-Boros.
DI, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm turning to Mr. Freund. Maybe you have taken up the office of clairvoyant, but a bit later on this. There is no solution to mass migration. The left German government let millions into Europe. There is no cultural integration, and migration causes societies to explode. We are losing competitiveness. There is a horrible war in Ukraine. And what do we see? We have a left-wing packed elite financed by George Soros. And you are conducting a witch hunt, and this is just the next phase of this witch hunt. Next, you are going to read palms. You are just trying to deviate attention from important issues. The United States and in the United States and the next in Germany, your comrades are going to lose out again.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, verehrter Herr Kommissar, wir diskutieren nach dem
Colleagues, Commissioner, after Pegasus we have another scandal. The Hungarian government has been spying on EU institutions, and Fidesz and co are saying that the prosecutors are not investigating. Well, that's not surprising. The state prosecutors are not going to be investigating when they've been decimated. I think anyone interested in good order in the European Union would let investigators into their country. The European Public Prosecutor's Office could also investigate. And the colleague said that other countries are not investigated. That's really not true. The European Public Prosecutor's Office investigates all member states. And if I were the Commission and I saw these reports, I would take some action. Thank you. And now to conclude, Mr. Laszlo.
Minden bizonyíték nélkül.
Without any evidence. In an article, it is supposed that there was some irregularity done in Hungary. And at the European Parliament, a debate is organized immediately at the plenary. This is absurd. But the topic is even more absurd. The Hungarian services investigated Olaf's activities. I don't know, but I was watching Olaf's activities and I could see what they did against fraud. First of all, there is the corruption scandal of the socialist Catergate. What did Olaf find? Nothing. Nobody could find the SMSs from Ursula von der Leyen. And we are talking about 10 billions of public money. Nothing was found. And then Didier Reinders, who was caught at money laundering. Where did the money come from? What amount? Very interesting questions. Do you know what Olaf found about this? Nothing. And when it comes to the biggest scandals in Brussels, fraud, Olaf is something like an institution that doesn't exist. What do they do? It would be good to know, because there is a need to know that. Thank you.
And now we turn to Catch the Eye, and I have 3 colleagues who asked for the floor, so all 3 can be given the floor. Let me start with Mr. López Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Consejo, Comisión, Hungría.
Commission, Council, Hungary. We are talking about in compliance with the ECJ ruling, systematic disrespect to European rule of law, or we could be talking about the lack of compliance when it comes to the Asylum and Migration Pact, or Pegasus, or spying on agents of Olaf, whose investigations deserve respect. Whatever it might be, it shows that Hungary is not complying with its obligations under EU law. Transparency, loyal cooperation with the EU institutions, sincere cooperation. Their cooperation with other member states, that's part of being part of this club. It's not just about rights. There are obligations under EU law. Thank you.
Now I would like to give the floor to colleague Brown, please. Just a second. Wait for the light.
Thanks.
Yes, please.
God bless Hungary. You
you never produced any evidence. But let's suppose it's true that Hungarian secret services investigated and spied on Eurokolhoz. Then good for them. Eurokolhoz, your organization, is a hostile one. You're an enemy. So I hope every serious state, every serious country would recommend its secret services to spy on you. I hope they do. Let's say I envy Hungarians that they have a serious government representing their interests, that you yourself, the European Commission, the majority of this House are putting in danger with your Green Deal, Blue Deal, Rainbow Deal, Immigration Pact, warmongering. So more spying on the European Union as an enemy of free people. Thank you very much.
And now I would like to give the floor to Madam Ioanovici-Zoka. Please.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you. I'd like to see an investigation into Ursula von der Leyen and those vaccines which killed people in the pandemic. I'd like to see an investigation here into Commissioner Kyriakides. I should like to see an investigation into fraud by EU institutions and organizations in Romania, where they stole half the resources of Romania. For 17 years, you have butchered us. You killed 65,000 people. And we don't have hospitals. We don't have food. We have only poverty. And you're worried about Orban's secret services. The EU secret services are recording us all the time and our staff. We're being filmed all the time. Are you not ashamed of yourselves?
That closes the KHDI, and I would like to now give the floor to Mr. Commissioner Serafin. Please, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. President, honourable members. Thank you for this debate and all your interventions. First of all, I would like to welcome, because I have heard in many of your interventions support of the European Parliament to safeguarding staff members of all EU institutions and of all EU bodies from espionage in all its forms. That's very important for our staff. It's very important also for the Commission. Secondly, I also wanted to welcome the support of the European Parliament for the work of Olaf. I already expressed my gratitude to those EU investigators that were involved in the specific case which we were referring to today. But indeed, we owe thanks to all of them who are engaged into the protection of the financial interests of the EU. And when they carry out their investigations, they don't do it against Hungarian people, Polish people or German people. They do it to protect our common financial resources and to make it impossible that the EU resources are being misused, that there is fraud, corruption, conflict of interest, and that's what they are doing in the best possible way. Finally, I would like to stress that the protection of the EU financial interests is and will remain a priority for the Commission also in the future. Some of you were referring to the process of the future MFF. Conditionality, rule of law will remain strongly embedded in that future MFF. And we will also continue to advance our efforts to strengthen the EU anti-fraud architecture. And finally, I have heard many referring to topics, challenges that are in front of the EU. I can broadly agree with the list of challenges with which we are confronted, but I believe that that list would not be completed if we would not have it on it, if we wouldn't have on it also the rule of law and the protection of the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And please allow me to give the floor to Minister Šlapka to conclude for the Council. Please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honourable members, Mr. Commissioner. As I mentioned previously, it is important that all EU institutions reaffirm their unwavering commitment to safeguarding the fundamental rights of all individuals across the European Union. Transparency and accountability are essential to maintaining trust. It is the foundation of good governance and democratic processes and a guiding tenet of the Council's work. It is therefore reassuring to see that these principles are a central concern of this House as well. Thank you very much for attention.
Ďakujem, pán minister, a rozprava k tomu.
Thank you, Minister. The debate is closed. The next item are the Council and Commission statements, need for actions to address the continued oppression and fake elections in Belarus. I invite Minister Švabka to take the floor once again.
Please. Yes.
Okay.
Now it's on. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, honourable members of European Parliament, Mr. Commissioner. I reaffirm the EU's steadfast commitment to support the Belarusian people in their pursuit of a free, democratic, sovereign and independent country. Our policy towards Belarus is firmly rooted in the Council conclusions of February 2024 and October 2020. Following the fraudulent presidential election of August 2020, which were neither free nor fair, the EU has consistently condemned the persecution and intimidation campaigns against all segments of Belarusian society by the Lukashenko regime, including human rights defenders, journalists, independent trade unionists, civil society representatives, persons belonging to national minorities. We have persistently called for the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners and reiterated our commitment to hold those responsible for human rights violations and abuses to account. Some of the detainees have life-threatening conditions and require urgent medical assistance. Such treatment of prisoners and detainees is in violation of international law and Belarus' own commitments. We are particularly concerned about the situation of Ziana Salamonovic, who after a medical operation last year has been kept in solitary confinement. We urge for his immediate release on humanitarian grounds. Belarusian sovereignty and identity are increasingly under threat. In addition to wide-scale domestic repression, the Belarusian regime has been complete in Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Besides, political, military and logistical support It has contributed to illegal deportation of Ukrainian children from the territories of Ukraine temporarily occupied by Russia. Since 2021, the regime has also orchestrated hybrid attacks at the EU's external border, including the instrumentalisation of migrants in complicity with Russia for political purposes. To address those violence, the EU has implemented several rounds of targeted sanctions, both individual and sectoral, aimed at holding accountable those responsible for repression and human rights abuses. Honourable members, in line with the EU gradual approach, the EU stands ready to take further restrictive and targeted measures as long as the Belarusian authorities continue this action. In addition to sanctions, the EU continues to provide meaningful support to Belarusian civil society, independent media and human rights defenders. The EU supports and commends the efforts of the Belarusian democratic forces and civil society. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya will meet with EU foreign ministers ahead of the Foreign Affairs Council on Sunday, the same day as the so-called presidential election in Belarus. This meeting will provide an opportunity to send a clear message of solidarity to Belarusian people, who strive for a free, democratic, sovereign and independent Belarus as a part of the European family. The European Union remains united in its determination to stand alongside the Belarusian people in their fight for freedom, will persist in applying pressure on the regime while supporting those working towards a better future for Belarus. Thank you.
Ďakujem, pán minister. A teraz by som za komisiu...
Thank you, Minister. I now invite Commissioner Kubilius to take the floor on behalf of the Commission.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, dear honourable members of the European Parliament, for me it's the first time to come back here to this position in new capacities. So it's emotional, but of course it's also very close to my heart to speak about the situation in Belarus. The ongoing repression, arbitrary detentions and widespread human rights violations, as well as restrictions on any genuine political participation and lack of credible opposition candidates clearly do not provide the context for free and fair elections in Belarus. The so-called presidential elections on 26th of January are not an exercise in democracy, but rather a facade orchestrated by the Lukashenko regime to cling to power. The regime decision not to timely invite the OSCE, Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, to observe the elections, in full contradiction with its international commitments, is yet another proof of the total absence of credibility of the electoral process in Belarus. Honourable members, the situation in Belarus is alarming. More than 1,200 political prisoners still remain behind bars in appalling conditions, with many of them being denied any contact with the outside world. Many brave individuals who dared to dream of a free Belarus have been silenced, exiled or forced into hiding. Civil society organisations and independent media have all been dismantled. Since the fraudulent elections of August 2020, tens of thousands of Belarusians have faced brutal repression, arbitrary arrests, torture and even death. Belarusians have seen their dictator becoming the accomplice in a war that they do not support, gradually giving up the country's sovereignty, prosperity and identity under the pressure of Russia. In response, the European Union has taken decisive, measures to isolate the regime and support Belarusian people. In December, we adopted the latest package of sanctions on Belarus, targeting those responsible for human rights violations against the Belarusian people. The EU has also continued to raise awareness on the situation of political prisoners and urge their immediate and unconditional release. We are standing together with the suffering heroes of the Belarusian fight for democracy: Sergei Tikhanovsky, Maria Kolesnikova, Viktor Babaryka, Andrzej Poczobut, Ales Beletsky, and hundreds of others. Last year, the European Union launched a dedicated dialogue with democratic forces and Belarusian civil society, led by Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. We have opened doors to Belarusians fleeing persecution. Over 400,000 now live in the European Union. We are supporting efforts to achieve justice, leading the work on resolutions at the Human Rights Council, and we are supporting the International Accountability Platform for Belarus. In December, we have reaffirmed our commitment with a new contribution of €30 million for the people of Belarus. This brings our overall support to €170 million since 2020. And when Belarus will embark on a democratic transition, the European Union stands ready to provide support to stabilise its economy and reform its institutions through a comprehensive plan of economic support of up to €3 billion. Through the Belarus Days organised in December, the European Union has sent a powerful message of support to the Belarusian people and their democratic aspirations. Honourable members, we will continue to be united and determined in exercising pressure on the regime and demanding justice for the crimes committed. We will also continue our solidarity with Belarusian society, including by welcoming Belarusian citizens, especially youth and students, to the European Union. We will work together with the European Parliament and other public and non-governmental organisations to help the people of Belarus realise their rightful place as a free and democratic nation in a peaceful Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. On behalf of the EPP Group, I give the floor to Mr. Kollars.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. 4 years ago, Alexander Lukashenko stole the election from the Belarusian people and proclaimed himself a president for the 6th time. Since then, the repressions against his own people have hardened. The regime brutally suppressed all protests. Freedoms which we enjoy and are used to in our society simply ceased to exist in Belarus. Many of Lukashenko's opponents had to leave the country. Those who didn't ended up behind bars, tortured and deprived of their basic rights. Some have even disappeared. Lukashenko has made Belarus a puppet state completely in the hands of Russian barbaric regime, which abuses Belarus in many ways, including its brutal war against Ukraine and hybrid pressure on the European Union. And I am more than sure that Lukashenko will steal the election, if we may call it so, again this week. We all know that, yet we have been unable to find ways how to counter this. We've been unable to find ways how to help those Belarusians who want to live in freedom. And we need to change that. We must impose effective sanctions on the Belarusian regime and companies and prevent their circumvention. We must find effective visa policies that would help those who are unsafe in Belarus. And much more. Please let the tabled resolution be a guidebook on what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Now, next speaker is going to be Mr. Kramer.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, imagine a country where a strong man was about to enter his 4th decade of absolute rule while grooming his own son to become his successor. To be honest, to me this sounds much more like a medieval monarchy than 21st century Europe. But here we are. Alexander Lukashenko, widely known as Europe's last dictator, at least until Putin invited him for that title, is now preparing for another sham election to secure his 7th term in office. But let's be clear, this is no election worthy of its name. Instead, with unparalleled suppression, with arbitrary imprisonment of political opponents, and with an oligarchic regime that makes the ancien regime look almost progressive, Lukashenko is dragging his country further back into the dark ages. Yet there's one key weakness. Whereas medieval kings could at least invoke the divine to justify their rule, Lukashenko has nothing but Vladimir Putin. Already at the last election in 2021, a majority of Belarusians defied the repressions, defied disinformation, and voted for Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya as their president. They took to the streets in their tens and thousands to fight for their European future, and it was only thanks to Putin's tanks that Lukashenko could cling on to power. This is why today both Lukashenko and Putin are terrified of the Belarusian people. And they are right to be so. Because no propaganda, no intimidation, and no gun barrel can extinguish the Belarusian people's thirst for freedom. And this is why we have this resolution here. This is why we show our solidarity. This is why we call for the immediate and unconditional release of all 1,250 political prisoners and to finally hold free and fair elections because, colleagues, Belarusians are not the Kremlin serfs. Belarusians are proud European people and their rightful place is among here, us, the free societies of Europe and in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. On behalf of the ECR group, Madame Gosiewska.
Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sham elections organized by the Lukashenko regime are a cynical farce to strengthen his power. Europe must not be passive. We have to be resolute and send a clear message. We're not going to tolerate a regime that tramples on human rights and fundamental democratic values. First and foremost, we need to address this regime with the language of ultimatums. Enough half measures, enough compromises. We need sanctions against key economic sectors which support the Lukashenko regime, the export of fertilizer, petroleum products and other resources. These sanctions should also encompass European firms active in Belarus, because there are some. We have to cut the regime off from international financial transactions. We also need the sword of Damocles to hang over Lukashenko and his cronies in the form of the International Criminal Court. What's happening in Belarus is not just an infringement of human rights, it's crime against humanity. Secondly, we also have to support the true representatives of the Belarusian nation, the democratic forces. This is not just a moral responsibility, but also a strategic one, to demonstrate that we support those who fight for freedom and dignity. We have to distinguish between the regime and the people. Lukashenko is not Belarus, and his regime does not represent the Belarusian people. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe needs to be a bastion of democracy and human rights and a human rights defender. If we ignore what's happening in Belarus, the civilized world will collapse. Long live Belarus.
Mr. Brandsteder, you can take the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, it's 31 years this dictator, this ruthless dictator, imprisons and tortures his opponents. He brutally represses the public and hands over his country to the Kremlin. And by the way, it's interesting, no patriots here, no patriots speaking. Why? Because they are Putin's propagandists. They wouldn't be critical to Lukashenko because they are all in one camp. It's not a patriotic camp, it's a camp against Europe. And it's hard for us, for Europeans, to imagine what's really happening in Belarus, but it's a terrible reality every day for these people. They are fellow Europeans. They deserve what we have: a free country, freedom, and every vote counts. And now Lukashenko wants to steal another election. But he's not a president, he's illegitimate, he's a criminal, and he belongs to a tribunal. And we are on the side of the freedom-loving people in Belarus, on the strong opposition. It's the Belarusian democratic forces, and with Mrs. Tikhanovskaya, who was here with us, and we will work together. She's very optimistic, and I only can say, Shive Belarus.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. On behalf of the Greens, Mr. Stakis.
Dear Commissioner, colleagues, every day 1,500 political prisoners in Belarus, teachers, students, journalists, parents, wake up in the cells, not for their crimes, but for daring to dream of freedom. Among them, Dmitry Kuchuk, leader of the dissolved Belarusian Green Party, sentenced for 6 years in prison simply for standing up for his beliefs. Since the stolen elections of 2020, Lukashenko regime has turned Belarus into a prison, crushing dissent with torture, blackmail and fear. Here's what we must do. Hit the regime where it hurts. Target Belarus' lifeline, its economy, sanction potash, oil and other key exports. Close every loophole that fills Lukashenko coffers. Crush enablers. Hold these cronies accountable. Freeze their assets, deny them visas. Support Belarusian people. Fund independent media, human rights defenders and activists. And support the families of political prisoners. Europe must fund humanitarian aid and offer asylum to families who flee persecution. If we fail to act decisively, we send a green light to every dictator watching. Please support this resolution, and Žive Belarus.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. On behalf of the Left Group, Mr. Højestedt.
Herr talman, kollegor.
President, colleagues, on the 26th of January, Belarus will have elections. These elections take place against a background of violent repression. In Belarusian prisons, we have leading members of the opposition who are imprisoned and others have had to flee the country. Belarus does not have free media or the right to meet or associate. The prerequisites for a free election do not exist. Lukashenko is a de facto dictator in the country, and he knows that he would not be able to win free and fair elections. The Belarusian opposition continues its brave work for democracy and to avoid the land being completely swallowed up by Russia. Those who are in the opposition are the hope for freedom and democracy. The activists working in the human rights organisation Vyashna, those who are organising free trade unions, those who sit in prison just because they want to have fair elections. Those are the ones that carry the promise of a better future for Belarus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see the next speaker, so I'm going to call Mr. Andriukaitis. You have the floor.
Dėkuoju, gerbiamas posėdžio pirmininkė, gerbiamas Andriau.
Thank you, President. Andrius Kubilius, my dear friend, I'm very happy to see you here. I wish you all the very best of success in your work. Alexander Lukashenko is authoritarian in the Soviet style. He's been in his position for 30 years. Before 2020, no one thought there could be any kind of change, but again, this year, this electoral farce does not seem like it's going to yield any surprises for us. The regime thinks it will be able to acquire more legitimacy. The regime can only remain on its feet because of subsidies from Russia. It's a giant with feet of clay. The country has basically sold its sovereignty to Russia. So all of these mechanisms, these sanctionisms, they will work. It might not be now, but they will work. I think that support for the Belarusian population is the best thing that we can do for the country. We have to put on pressure for political detainees to be released. Perhaps an exchange of diplomatic prisoners, like, for example, with the Putin regime.
The next speaker as well, so I'm going to call Mr. Kowosko. You have the floor.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that my initiative to have a serious debate on Belarus in the plenary of the European Parliament was accepted. The European Union must declare clearly that these elections will not be recognised by the international community. No decision taken under the shadow of repression, violence and falsehoods can be judged to be the will of the nation. We don't have to wait for the results of the elections. They have nothing to do with democracy. There's also no point waiting for Lukashenko and Putin to die. That won't solve the problem. We have to take action, support the Belarusian opposition, the independent media, and the young generation of Belarusians who dream of democracy. And one more thing. Belarusians look at the Ukrainians and want to follow their example. Every Ukrainian success is hope for Belarus. Belarus, like Ukraine, is not condemned to Russia. That's not just possible. The Polish example shows it's for real. We shouldn't just be observers. We need sanctions to work and clear solidarity. Thank you. Żyje Belarus.
Madame Chiavi, you have the floor.
Chers collègues, je veux vous parler d'Alexander.
Dear colleagues, let me talk to you about Andrei Yaroshuk, a trade unionist imprisoned in Belarus. His only crime to have opposed the Lukashenko regime. He can only see his wife once a year. He is only allowed out of his cell just a few minutes a day. His sentence may simply be extended without any reason. In Belarus, you know when you go into prison, but you never know when you will leave prison. Is a trade unionist in exile who told me what was happening, how the voice of workers is crushed. Independent trade unions are banned since 2022. Either you sign for the one official trade union, which is just a puppet of Lukashenko, or you live under terror and oppression. For Alexander, Maxim, and so many others, Europe needs to react. We have to put in place sanctions against the trade union in Belarus, the state trade union, and call for the freedom of the political prisoners. Thank you.
Merci. Mr. Anadiotis, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir, and Happy New Year to everyone. Of course, we are in solidarity with the Belarusian people as they seek their democratic liberties. We condemn every effort of the Lukashenko regime to steal the upcoming elections through the fact that they are shutting out their political opponents. But the EU institutions did not react when the Romanian elections were overturned. They did not respect the election outcome in Georgia, and they are not sanctioning Turkey like they are doing with Belarus. So the EU is reacting on Belarus, but it seems that they are not reacting for the thousands of Turkish and Kurdish people that are being imprisoned for political reasons from the Erdogan regime. And the EU is not worried by the fact that Turkey is threatening two member states, Cyprus and Greece, with casus belli.
Mr. McAllister, Chair of the AFET Committee.
Dear Mr. President, dear Commissioner Kubilius, ladies and gentlemen, as a number of speakers previously have already pointed out, it's actually for the seventh time that Belarus is staging the ritual of electing Mr. Lukashenko as president in a climate of fear and repression against free media, civil society and genuine opposition. Over 1,300 political prisoners, including nearly all of Lukashenko's former rivals, remain imprisoned for challenging the fraudulent 2020 elections. Opposition has been eradicated and Belarusians abroad have been robbed of their voting rights. And still, hope is not lost. Belarusian democratic forces, led by Svetlana Tsikhanouska, continue their tireless fight for freedom. I recall her words in this House, quote, "The EU from Lisbon to Minsk is a nightmare for Putin, but for us it's a reality we strive to live in," unquote. The European Union needs to act as a multiplier of these efforts. On the one hand, we will financially and politically support the democratic forces. On the other hand, we will put Lukashenko and his henchmen under even stricter sanctions by mirroring those adopted against Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McAllister. Senhor Assis.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, Sr. Comissário.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, the Belarusian regime is one that is trying to serve the interests of Putin. Now we have this election sham that will allow Mr. Lukashenko to stay in power. The European Union cannot allow the rest of the world to forget the political prisoners in the country. Someone has been imprisoned for over a year for having insulted the dictator. This is not acceptable. There is a European Union official who's been condemned for 4 years. This is not fair to him or his family. There should be consequences for this. In the 2020 elections, people went out into the streets to ask for their rights, and the regime was afraid of this. Lukashenko, together with Putin, they work together. If we weaken Putin, then we can weaken Lukashenko. We need to allow this country to liberate itself from this terrible dictatorship.
Pe bună dreptate, regimurile politice din
Venezuela, Russia, China, Belarus. These are regimes to be condemned for their totalitarianism. These countries are run by dictators. Dissidents are labelled extremists and they're kept away from decision-making. In this particular case, we're defending democracy and freedom. Fortunately, hundreds of people have been protesting in favour of freedom. We are not going to allow this to be stolen.
Mr. Clausen.
The leader of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, will once again try to steal an election on Sunday. For about 30 years, he has run Belarus in a strong and strict regime, and none of the elections have been free or fair. Sunday will probably not be any different. In 2020, we saw how the opposition, civil society and the press, anyone who spoke out against him, risked becoming a political prisoner. We must support the opposition in Belarus. We need to support those fighting for wage earner rights, trade unions that are suppressed massively. And this is also about women's rights and LGBT plus rights, which are suppressed and under oppression everywhere. We must also give asylum to deserters from Belarus, because they fear becoming part of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. We have spoken enough. Now we need to act.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clausen. Mr. Masurek.
Ste už pre celý svet naozaj
I don't know. I don't think you understand, but nobody in the world takes you or the EU seriously. The European Union is forever lecturing and hectoring the world when it can't even solve its own problems. Now we're lecturing Belarus. You want to lecture Russia. You want to lecture Donald Trump and the USA. You comment on Musk and Zuckerberg. You want the whole world to listen to you and respect you, but everyone is just laughing at you. They're laughing at you because the EU has serious problems which are of no interest to you because they're difficult to solve. They need to be solved now. Don't waste time talking about Belarus. Look at the rising price of food. Look at the price of housing. We're going to see a spike in energy prices because of Zelensky, but nobody's interested. Instead, we're just criticizing Belarus, whoever.
Mr. Galla, you have the floor.
President, colleagues, Commissioner, Presidency, Lukashenko again holds fake elections. And while there is large public focus on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, or the manipulated elections in Georgia, or on Russia's unsuccessful attempts to turn the majorities around in Moldova, we need to keep the Belarus dictatorship on the agenda and support the legitimate representatives like Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. And in our resolution, we have enumerated some of the more than 1,000 inmates, and I have been the political godfather for many years of Pavel Severinets, who is innocent and who is in prison, one of those who are active in democratic parties. I call on the Council and the Commission, please check on the agenda of sanctions, where Belarus serves as an escape route for sanctions against Russia. There are issues where we have not imposed sanctions on Belarus, so goods are sent to Belarus and further transported to Russia. I think civilian trucks is one of these examples, so please have a look where we can close this gap where it exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Our next speaker, Mr. Kamiński. You have the floor.
Szanowni Państwo, 5 lat temu.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 years ago, the Belarusian people showed its true face, the face of free people with a craving for democracy and independence for their country. 5 years ago, the Belarusians in the elections said no to the Lukashenko dictatorship, but the elections were stolen. The results were falsified by Lukashenko. Hundreds of thousands of people protested in the streets of Minsk. The protests were brutally put down, and thousands of political prisoners ended up in Belarusian jails. Many of them are still there, and we mustn't forget them. We shouldn't forget the Nobel Peace Prize laureate Ales Bialecki or Maria Kolesnikova or other repressed people. In a few days, Lukashenko will announce his re-election. The grim spectacle on 26th of January in Belarus can't be called an election, but it's not enough to condemn the regime. Europe should not be so helplessly helpless. It's time to be resolute, to impose serious sanctions on Belarus. The Union is still importing fertilizer and other things from Belarus. Any trade with Belarus funds the brutal dictatorship. It must stop.
Colleague, Madame Duk-Navicini, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, the Belarusian nation has deep European roots. Russia enslaved this nation back in the Tsarist era, when it annexed most of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. We, Poles, Lithuanians and Belarusians, commemorate the heroes of the uprisings against Tsarist Russia together. They are the pride of our common history. Let's make no mistake. Belarus is not Russia. The Kremlin would very much like the Belarusian nation to disappear completely, so that Belarus would not remain on the map of Europe. Belarus, ruled by the dictator Lukashenko, today is the result of the colonial imperial policy of Russia. Our interest is a democratic Belarus. Therefore, we must support by all means the tireless struggle of Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya and her supporters for the European future of their state.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Madame Bisela Lima, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Commissaire. Ça fait plus de 4 ans.
It was over 4 years ago that Alexander Lukashenko stole the elections from the Belarusian people. He used force and cracked down and imprisoned anyone who opposed him. This is what authoritarian regimes do. No rule of law, no freedom. The show of force is all that matters. And nothing has changed since then. He continues to imprison anyone who has the bravery to stand up to him. And now we stand on the eve of new so-called elections. We must continue to speak out against this, to recall that this is a dictator who is a faithful ally of Vladimir Putin and who supports him in his dreadful war against Ukraine. We have to speak out against violations of human rights in Belarus and also the hybrid war being waged against them, as well as against the European Union by Russia. He uses human beings, uses migrants at our borders with the goal of destabilizing the European Union. We have to stand united and also stand together with Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya and all of the democratic forces in Belarus.
Madame Bisela Lima. Our next speaker is Mr. Sterba. You have the floor.
Szanowny panie komisarzu, panie ministrze. Mr. President, Mr. Commissioner, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately the Belarusian totalitarian dictatorship with its death penalty has taken its population hostage under the usurper Lukashenko. There are more than 1,200 political prisoners since the stolen presidential election. Andrzej Poczobut is one of the prisoners. The Polish delegation will always refer to him. He was imprisoned on fictitious charges. He's a Pole and a Belarusian. The European Union stands in defense of values and must continue to do so. I want to say one thing very clearly. Nobody here, nobody in Europe, the Polish presidency will ever recognize the elections the Lukashenko regime is organizing next weekend. The Lukashenko regime is a collaborator of Putin. Żyje Belarus.
Valko-Venäjällä järjestetään pikapuoliin näennäisvaalit.
Years ago, it was clear that Russia was carrying out a Russification operation in Belarus. Putin's Russia was uniting Russian peoples. The role of Russia is the same or similar in Ukraine. The route to achieve Russia's aims is different, but we should remember this. This is a territorial expansion, Russian great power imperialism. We should support Belarusian civil society as much as we can.
Our next speaker, Mr. Tupi.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. When the Soviet Union collapsed in the early 1990s, there was hope for millions of people who had suffered under decades under communist dictatorship and oppression. And we were right to be hopeful. Just look at the Baltic states, prosperous democracies and a proud part of the European family today. However, as we all know, freedom is not yet won everywhere. Therefore, we must stand with the people of Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and of course, Belarus, in their pursuit of democracy. Not in this fake election, but one day, Lukashenko's regime will answer for its crime. And I will continue to hope until the white flag once again flies over Minsk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Our next speaker is Mr. Lopakta.
Dear President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, the people of Belarus have faced brutal repressions for years from Lukashenko's regime. And therefore, it is our obligation to keep this issue on our agenda. The August 2020 elections were rigged and were followed by violence aimed at silencing civil society. And therefore, we have to support the civil society in Russia in their struggle for democracy. I see this as one of the biggest crises in our neighborhood. And we have to condemn all politically motivated arrests and violence against activists and all forms of repression. Free and fair elections overseen by OSCE, Council of Europe and other international organizations are crucial for restoring democracy. And the so-called presidential elections on the 26th, on next weekend, are not free and fair. They are a farce, like Svetlana Tikhanovskaya said, a real farce.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is our questor, Madam Lexman.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, za 30 rokov.
In the 30 years of Lukashenko's rule, thousands and thousands of people were convicted, tortured, and even disappeared. Unfortunately, even many of my friends, including the leader of the Belarusian Christian Democrats, are in prison just for defending democracy. Lukashenko's co-responsible for Putin's crimes. He's tried to weaken the European Union using migration, but he's also been involved in the transport of Ukrainian children to so-called Belarusian holiday camps. I want to condemn Lukashenko's attacks on churches under the new legislation there. In a few days, we'll see a special electoral operation where Lukashenko will become self-declared president for the 7th time. We know those elections will not be free. And we have to think about how to tighten sanctions against Belarus and how to support the opposition more in its fight for freedom. Thank you.
We have 3 requests for Catch the Eye, and I'm going to attend all of them. First place, Madame Kokolari. You have the floor.
Tack så mycket, herr talman.
Thank you very much, President. Lukashenko's dictatorship in Belarus is shameful for the whole of Europe. 30 years he has hung on to power and committed systematic violations against human rights. He has imprisoned journalists and members of the opposition. He has time and time again stolen presidential elections. And Now we have Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, who is the legitimate president of Belarus. We need to take a tougher line against Belarus. Lukashenko must be held accountable for his repression and violence against his own people and his involvement in Russia's war against Ukraine. Dictators have no place in Europe. Freedoms must be defended every single day. It is our responsibility to help the Belarusian people in their fight for freedom. Thank you.
Dear colleague, Madame Janovici Sosoaka, you have the floor.
Thank you. Listening to you, I started wondering if Belarus were in the European Union. I don't remember it ever having been so. The EU interferes with any country, whether it's in the European Union or not. As an MEP, as a former Romanian senator, as a lawyer, I find it unacceptable for an increasingly private conglomerate that it calls itself the European Union, interferes in other countries and seeks to impose its order. You don't like Putin, you don't like Trump, you don't like Lukashenko. Well, we don't like Ursula von der Leyen because she interfered in the elections in Romania. So criticizing Belarus for doing the same as you did in Romania is hypocritical.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Mr. Brown, you have the floor.
God bless Belarus and its people. We should all be grateful, us Poles, Belarusians, Lithuanians, for our great common heritage that we share, the heritage of the great Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And we should certainly never take part in such hours of hatred against anybody, especially each other. So I strongly condemn, yes, I condemn this language of hatred, this language of contempt, this offensive language. I strongly condemn what you do here. You don't want to make business with your neighbors? Then don't. But if you really want to change this world for better, you should do business instead of instigating, overthrowing governments, presidents all over the world. This is shameful. God bless Belarus.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. And now our Commissioner, Mr. Kubilius, has the floor.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, let me say a few words in conclusion. First of all, we need to remember that Belarus is in the center, geographical center of Europe, and in the close neighborhood of several members of the European Union, including Lithuania, Poland, and other countries. That is why we want Belarusian people to have possibility to enjoy the same freedoms as we are enjoying now. And we would like, to behave like previous generations of European politicians, who wanted that us, Lithuanians, Poles, Romanians, Slovakians, also would have possibility to enjoy freedoms when we had no such a possibility. The Belarusian people are fighting a battle for freedom. They deserve our solidarity, not only in words but in actions. Their struggle is our struggle for human dignity, democracy and peace. Once again, today we call on the regime to stop the repression, to stop its complicity in Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, to release all political prisoners, and to allow the Belarus people to freely realize their right to democratically elect the leaders of their country and to make a democratic decision on the geopolitical direction of their country. The European Union will stand firm in all its commitments, and we will continue to support those who courageously fight for democracy and justice. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Commissioner. Now, Minister Slavka. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honourable members, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you for your valuable interventions. Rest assured that the Council, under the leadership of the High Representative, will remain fully seized of the matter. The next Foreign Affairs Council will be an opportunity to reaffirm strongly our support for the democratic aspiration of the Belarusian people. We will call out the sham election and will continue to condemn the illegal action of the Lukashenko regime. We will renew our sanction and adopt further measures. We will remain united in our support to the brave people of Belarus in their quest for a free, democratic, sovereign and independent Belarus as a part of peaceful Europe. Żyje Belarus!
Thank you very much, Minister. I have received 6 motions for resolution to wind up this debate. So the debate is closed and the vote will be held tomorrow. Dear colleagues, the Patriots for Europe group has notified the President of a decision relating to change 2 appointments within committees. This decision will be set out in the minutes of today's sitting and take effect on the date of this announcement. The next item to the agenda is Council and Commission statement, situation in Venezuela following the usurpation of the presidency on 10th of January 2025. First, I'm going to give the floor to Minister Slavka. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will let you the opportunity to listen to the official Polish presidency language. Panie Przewodniczący, Panie, Panowie posłowie, Panie posłanki, Panie Komisarzu. 10 stycznia władze...
The elections in Venezuela did not recognize the will of the Venezuelan people. There was no transparent democratic transition. The European Union and the international community have been saying since July that the National Electoral Commission's results must be respected. It was necessary to recheck the results collected in polling stations, and yet nothing has changed. From the figures of the Venezuelan opposition, millions of people supported Edmundo González, and therefore the European Union believes that Nicolás Maduro does not have any legitimacy as president. Since the elections, more than 2,500 Venezuelans have been arrested, including minors. Many have been released but none of them should have been detained at all. Aside from the repression against the opposition and civil society and their families, we show solidarity and call for the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners, including some EU citizens arrested arbitrarily. The Venezuelans have also reduced the EU diplomatic presence in Caracas. This is unacceptable behaviour towards the Union and the Member States and will further diminish the position of Venezuela on the international stage. Venezuela must respect international law and human rights. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, in line with the mandate received in December, the European Union is doing everything it can to support the democratic transition in Venezuela. Council has decided to impose sanctions on additional persons. The authorities of that country are responsible for what is happening there. We are in favour of a democratic solution to the crisis in the form of negotiations between Venezuelans. At the same time, the immediate needs of the people must be met. To meet these objectives, the Union will cooperate with all Venezuelan international and regional partners, especially the United States of America. The Union will continue targeted cooperation with institutions and political entities and civil societies in order to maintain a dialogue on human rights and democratic transformation. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stay till the end of the debate, but my team will inform me as to what was said. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words, Minister. On behalf of the Commission, I give the floor to the Commissioner Kubilius.
Mr. President, Minister, honourable members of the European Parliament. The European Union firmly stands in solidarity with the people of Venezuela in their brave strive to restore democracy and reclaim their human rights. Last year, on 28th of July, millions of Venezuelans peacefully used their votes to express their will of democratic change in their country. According to publicly available copies of the electoral records, Edmundo González Urrutia obtained a large majority of votes. The authorities, however, have refused to publish disaggregated results as mandated by law and allow independent electoral audits. In choosing to disregard the will of the people and instead reinforcing repression against the population, Nicolás Maduro confirmed that he has no legitimacy of a democratically elected president. Our position remains unchanged. The will of the people must be respected. The European commitment to democracy does not allow otherwise. As stated by the High Representative on behalf of the European Union on 10th of January, we will continue to work with all Venezuelans to foster dialogue and a democratic way out of the crisis led by Venezuelans. Venezuelans expect us to support their effort. We do so in constant dialogue with key regional and international partners, as well as at multilateral fora. The persecution of the democratic opposition, human rights defenders and members of the civil society is worsening throughout Venezuela. The tactics of intimidation have now extended to their families. What is their crime? defending their fundamental liberties and seeking a democratic future for their country. We condemn the arbitrary detention of at least 2,500 citizens, including several European Union citizens. All political prisoners must be unconditionally released. Mr. González himself had to seek refuge in Spain, while Mrs. Machado remains in hiding within the country. I salute their courage. Their determination to serve their fellow citizens makes them worthy of the Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought this Parliament awarded them last December. The European Union firmly stands by those defending human rights and democratic values in Venezuela. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights was recently allowed back into the country. This is a step in the right direction, but it must be allowed to perform its full mandate. The long crisis in Venezuela has taken a severe toll on the livelihoods of the population. Over 7 million people have fled the country since 2015, seeking better living conditions. To this day, access to basic goods, water and sanitation, electricity, health care and education is a daily challenge for millions of people in the country. Large swaths of the population live in poverty. The European Union remains committed to alleviating the suffering of the most vulnerable. Since 2016, the European Union has allocated €461 million in emergency humanitarian aid for the Venezuelan crisis. In coming years, we intend to maintain our support for the people of Venezuela. Honourable members, let us support firmly a Venezuelan-led dialogue towards a peaceful political transition. That is what millions of Venezuelans fighting for democracy expect from us. And this is a proper way for Venezuela, so rich with natural resources, to bring back economic prosperity and social justice to all the people of Venezuela. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Commissioner. En representación del Grupo Parlamentario Popular.
On behalf of the EPP Group, Mr. Montserrat. Thank you very much indeed, President. Commissioner, Minister, on behalf of the Council, colleagues, the dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro is the worst piece of news for all Democrats, and we must stand out against this coup. He wants us to comply with his breaches of principle, but we must not do so. He has simply been removing from the people of Venezuela any right to democracy. He is stifling freedom and stifling freedom of expression and making it impossible for his people to achieve freedom. The European People's Party has done its best to show that he is not a legitimate president and that Maria Corina should have been elected president, but it is important that we do more than we are doing. Nicolas Maduro is simply trampling underfoot any principles of freedom, but Pedro Sanchez is not going along with the policy which he should be on behalf of the EU. He is simply allowing the elected president to stay in Madrid without actually taking any steps to promote the rights of the people in Venezuela. There has been many others, for example, the ambassadors in Venezuela and Caracas, who have not stood out against what is going on. We have got to have more public condemnation of Maduro. We've got to have a conviction in front of the ICC for the outrageous and shocking acts that he is perpetrating in his capacity as a dictator. But we must also denounce resoundingly all those who are complicit. Thank you.
Thank you. For the S&D, Ms. Pachin.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, President. For the S&D and all Democrats, the situation in Venezuela is very concerning. Venezuela is suffering a very serious political crisis. It has been for many years now. And on the 28th of July was the culmination of deterioration in democracy, and it has broken essential laws of democracy. Once again, I'd like to denounce the lack of legitimacy for the elections from July 2024, and also the illegitimacy of Maduro in his inauguration the 10th of January. Once again, I would firmly like to call on the Venezuelan authorities to respect democracy and the rule of law. We call on them to acknowledge their obligations in international law and to respect the Vienna Convention. They need to end political persecution and unconditionally and immediately must release all of those people that have been arbitrarily detained, especially minors. We are also very concerned about the socio-economic situation that Venezuelans are suffering. Thousands of people who've been forced to migrate or seek refuge in neighbouring countries. And we in Spain, for example, have welcomed them with open arms. We need to work hard, and I call on the Council and the Commission to do so. We need to work internationally and regionally as well to find a definitive solution which can be sustainable in Venezuela. We need to support the Venezuelan people through measures and also support refugees and legal pathways for migration. But we need to have the best policy, proper policy to improve democracy and find solutions which are definitive in nature. This is what the opposition have called for, and this is what the Commission and the Council have asked for as well. In politics, it's easy to give inflammatory speeches, as we've seen in many times. But what's relevant and what really helps the Venezuelan people is united action and results-based policy, and we will be focused on that and will continue to be focused on that. Thank you.
On behalf of Group Patriots for Europe, Madame Regino.
Depuis trop longtemps, le peuple...
For too long, the people of Venezuela have suffered under a regime which employs repression as a system of governance. Nicolas Maduro hangs on to power desperately, not supported by the popular vote, but through lies, coercion and fear. Venezuela has huge potential, but it is a country in crisis. This is not an ordinary crisis, but a crisis provoked by a corrupt regime which is trying to preserve its grip on power. The elections in July were marked by flagrant irregularities, and the result announced by the National Electoral Council was contested by the opposition, but also by large parts of the international community. We must be clear that the elections were clearly manipulated. Mr. Urrutia, with dignity, did agree to run on behalf of the opposition.
I will take it in account for your time.
Edmundo González a été déclaré.
Edmundo González was declared the winner by international impartial sources. The evidence, the active vote, and the witnesses of Venezuelans clearly testifies to his support. Repression of protests was violent. Lives were lost, and the media and social networks have been censored. These are the weapons of a regime that rules through fear. We must forcefully support Edmundo González. A time has come for Venezuela to cast off the chains of oppression. Freedom must win over tyranny, and the Venezuelan people must once again take charge of their destiny.
Our speaker, Mr. Fidanza.
Grazie, Presidente, signor Commissario.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, colleagues, a few weeks ago, not least thanks to our initiative, this House marked the awarding of the Sakharov Prize to Maria Corina Machado and to Edmundo Urrutia. Just a few days after that, Nicolas Maduro took his final step to cement himself in power, and in breach of the Constitution and in front of an assembly which lacks legitimacy in its entirety, he had himself installed once again as president. But we will not yield. We will keep working to ensure that the rule of law is restored and that Edmundo González is installed as the legitimate president of Venezuela. We will not rest until all political prisoners have been released, until rule of law has been re-established, until we see democracy in Venezuela, until we see a free people living in freedom and peace. Glory to the great people of Venezuela, and may they live in freedom.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Aguirre Martinez. You have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll be very brief today. Nicolas Maduro lacks democratic legitimacy, and we're going to repeat it here in this Parliament as many times as is necessary. On the 10th of January, he was sworn in without publishing records, without respecting the will of Venezuelan people who protested across the world that day, and Maria Corina Machado is still in hiding, and the winner of the elections, Edmundo González, is exiled outside his country. We will continue supporting the 8 million people who have had to flee Venezuela and all those people whose rights are being flouted on a daily basis, and we urge the International Criminal Court to speed up all the investigations necessary to put an end to these abuses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Madame Vieira, please.
Dear Chair and dear colleagues, with the illegitimate consolidation of Maduro's power after the July elections, the Venezuelan people are entering a new chapter of repression, violence, and state terror. The regime will use the upcoming years to further crush, harass, and diminish opposition with no respect for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. So, in Europe, we need to step up our game to support the Venezuelan people by offering financial support to civil society, by giving visas to human rights defenders at risk, by supporting international bodies to monitor the human rights situation in the country, by supporting the ICC to investigate the international crimes committed by the Maduro regime, and by sanctioning those responsible for the repression and the violations of human rights. In essence, by isolating this regime. Maduro, like other dictators around the world, holds on desperately for power, and we will stand with the people of Venezuela and all of those who fight for democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Mr. De La Valle, on behalf of the group of the left.
Presidente, a 6 mesi dalle elezioni.
Thank you, President. 6 months after the Venezuelan elections, it's the same playbook once again, which we've seen at the time of previous elections. There, breaches of human rights, right, left and centre. We saw what happened with Juan Guaidó. Now it is happening once again with Marina Corcado and Edmundo González. And the people of Venezuela find their rights trampled underfoot. Activists have been demonstrating in the streets, both in favour of Maduro and in favour of the legitimate president and opposition. But the bottom line is that the people have had enough of violence, and they want dialogue, and they want a future. They want to take the country forward. It is divided right down the middle, and it is vital that the people are given an opportunity to have a future. Washington and Brussels are not doing enough.
Our next speaker is Mr. Siekierski. You have the floor. On behalf of the Europe of Sovereign Nations.
Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, socialism works. And it works the way we can see it in Venezuela. What are the results? Empty shelves, poverty, censorship, and a police state. Whether it is the 20th century or the 21st century, whether it is Europe, Asia, or America. It is no different with Venezuela, where we can see this socialist dictatorship. The Maduro regime continues. It continues to persecute its citizens. First, the socialists ruined this very rich country, which was the Dubai of the 20th century, and then started to persecute those who opposed the government's omnipotence. Does it not remind you of something? Before you rightly condemn the Maduro regime, look in the mirror and consider whether your policies that kill industry, innovation, and freedom of expression copy the socialists of the 21st century. And remember how the 20th century socialists ended.
Muchas gracias, querido colega.
Thank you. We now move on to the second part of the debate, and we have Mr. Bugalliu first.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner. I saw them on the plane to Caracas before the presidential elections last year. I saw the Venezuelan families who had to flee come back to the country in order to vote. And I saw them hold hands in that plane, and they were crying out of fear. They weren't fearful of repression and intimidation. They were fearful that their votes would not count. I saw them just like I saw Maria Corina Machado week after week, with different walls behind her in the different video calls as she moved around to avoid capture. I saw the independent election monitor certify the vote. I saw the then High Representative state in October that Maduro lost and the opposition candidate had won the elections. I saw this Parliament stand to applaud Edmundo González and the Venezuelan candidates when they received the Sakharov Prize. I saw the G7 countries and the European Commission recognise that the Democrats had won, but democracy has still not won in Venezuela. I saw this Parliament saw everything that happened on Thursday. Let us not forget. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bugallo, and now Mr. Assis.
Obrigado.
Thank you. President, Commissioner. The rules are very clear in a democracy. You have legitimacy to take power if you have won the elections, and you win the elections by gaining the largest number of votes. There's a very simple situation in Venezuela. We have an usurper in power, and we have a legitimate presidency who is stopped from entering his own country. That is the reality. And that is why this Parliament must send a very clear message to Europe and to the world, and particularly to the Venezuelan Democrats. This is our understanding of the fact. We stand in solidarity with all the Democrats of Venezuela. During the last session, I did not follow my group, and I took a position clearly recognising the now President-elect of Venezuela. And I wanted to say here that it is not a great service to the Venezuelan Democrats to use these debates to attack the legitimate government of Spain. It is an inadmissible instrumentalization of what Venezuelans are currently living through in extreme difficulty where they are fighting for democracy. I don't think they need that type of support. They need generous solidarity, deep, clear solidarity from Democrats to Democrats. They don't need solidarity which is conditioned on voting for the opposition in their home countries. Thank you, Mr. Assis. Mr. Giraldo, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente.
President, on the 28th of July last year, the Venezuelan people voted en masse in favour of Edmundo González Urrutia, and with the hope of putting an end to Maduro's regime once and for all. There are no doubts about the legitimacy of that election. We have a president-elect who's been elected democratically, and then we have another regime which has carried out a coup. But not all member states have recognized Edmundo González as the legitimate president of Venezuela. We have some members of this parliament here, and Mr. Monedero gave a speech about humanism and talking about the Helicoide incident in Caracas. But the left leaves democratic values to the side when it's about dictators subscribing to their ideology, whether it's in Venezuela, Nicaragua, or any other enemy, such as Russia? How many more deaths? How many more reprisals? How many more political prisoners or people in exile are needed for this Parliament to recognise the legitimate president of Venezuela? How can the European Union be so hypocritical in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Madam Junco Garcia.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, it is shocking to see how Nicolas Maduro's regime continues to install itself in Venezuela, and the European Union continues to be absolutely unable to do anything. The responsibility lies greatly with Pedro Sanchez and his allies, who have facilitated the moves of this dictatorship. The left wing in Spain has simply played into his hands and is condoning all the repression perpetrated by Maduro and the releases from prison of people who should still be detained. This is absolutely unacceptable. Under the pretext of international solidarity, Pedro Sanchez is maintaining covert relationships with a government which is a threat to democracy. Spain should not be a refuge for people who have perpetrated acts against their people. Thank you.
Garcia.
Thank you very much. We now have Madam Vasconcelos.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, President, colleagues, Commissioner. The Venezuelan people have resisted and fought courageously to defend their democratic rights and to defend the election results, electing Edmundo González as the legitimate president of the country, very rightly recognised by the European Union. Venezuelans supported by the international community were ignored with the illegitimate imposition of Nicolás Maduro. We must remind the Venezuelans in opposition that we will not forget them just because Maduro has now been inaugurated. Maria Corina Machado and colleagues have been exposed to torture, disappearances, and yet they continue to fight. We have Mr. Armando, who has been in captivity for over 40 days, tortured without rights for his family to visit him. We have seen that humanitarian corridors have been done away with. Embassies can no longer offer asylum. We are seeing the greatest electoral fraud in history, and we must ensure that the election results are recognised, not just to defend our values in other parts of the world. We must do it in the name of freedom and democracy here in Europe too. Fight against the democratic rollbacks must be global. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, senhora.
Thank you, Madam Vasconcelos. Mr. Sell, you have the floor.
Trump oder Maduro?
Trump or Maduro, freedom or censorship? This is the question to be asked here in this House. In July last year, Venezuela elected a new president, but Maduro declared himself the winner. But a month ago, the leader of the opposition, Edmundo González, was given the Sakharov Prize, but in Twitter he has more than 1 million followers. X is the most important source of news for the opposition in Caracas. There is state violence and manipulation, and this is all published on X. And Maduro has recognized this, and he's banned Twitter with the following justification. Elon Musk has promoted hatred and incitement on X and has divided society. This is how a dictator speaks, who has a fear of losing power and criticism. And this is how politicians in this House also speak, from the Greens and the left to the CDU, because they don't want to see critical voices. 120 officials monitored the conversation between Musk and Alice Weidel. Do we want to continue, however, to live in a democracy with the right to freedom of speech, or do we want to follow the example of Venezuela? And in February, in the Bundestag election in Germany, this is what is at stake, because if you like freedom and you love freedom, you should vote for the AfD. Thank you.
Very much, dear colleague. Presidente Durulat, señor Mato, tiene usted la palabra.
Mr. Mato, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Absolutely intolerable, but not surprising. This is what happens every time with Maduro. We have constantly demanded the restoration of democracy in Venezuela. We have stood up for the opposition in Venezuela. We've demanded action on countless, innumerable occasions because we're concerned, rightly, about Venezuela. We are saddened to see how a tyrannical and criminal regime continues to oppress the people. But they don't care. And we have seen the absolute farce of the installation of Maduro as president of the country. This is nothing short of a farce. Colleagues, some of you may have been surprised. I was not. I have said 1,000 times that you can't negotiate with Maduro. There is no dialogue with a tyrant like him. You need to have dialogue with the opposition. You need to tighten the screw on sanctions. You need to stand up for freedom and fight for freedom because the dictator is a criminal. Everybody should be supporting Maria Corina Machado and González Urrutia. We need to show them that they're not alone. We need to stand with them in their battle to restore democracy to Venezuela. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have Vice President Lopez.
Thank you very much, President. Today, the European Parliament wants to reaffirm its commitment to democracy in Venezuela, especially in a country where it has been attacked and breached over the past few years. And it also says that an election which was flouted by an undemocratic regime, we need to support the opposition. We Europeans want to see democratic decisions in a country where the will of the people needs to be respected. And if we agree on all of that, my question is, why is it so difficult to come to agreements in this House on Venezuela? Why are the positions so different? And also in the External Affairs Council and the Council or the European Council. Why are we not able to do this? Why do we weaponize Venezuela to attack a government in Europe? If we think about the noble cause of Venezuela, we need to focus on that and on its strength. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Mr. Moreira de Sá.
Senhor Presidente.
President, Venezuela is going through one of the worst crises of its history. This former leader of Latin America is in collapse. In 1998, the GDP per capita was over $8,000. Today, it is only $1,500. Over 40% of the population live in extreme poverty, and almost 7 million Venezuelans left the country seeking refuge elsewhere. This tragedy is the direct result of the corruption and mismanagement and authoritarianism of the Hugo Chavez and Nicolás Maduro regimes. Basic services have been destroyed. Hospitals are without medicines, and a lack of schools means that children have lost access to education and to food. In spite of this, the resistance continues. Maria Corina Machado faces constant persecution and even kidnapping attempts, but she keeps hope alive for millions of Venezuelans. Edmundo González, who was recognized by a number of European institutions as the legitimate president of Venezuela, represents a democratic alternative. When it comes to Venezuela, the European Union must act firmly and take the lead. I propose that the European Union organises an international conference to coordinate political and economic support to Venezuela. This unprecedented effort should include strengthened sanctions against the Maduro regime, while we lend support to González and Corina Machado to prepare a future power transition. Europe must work side by side with the United States and the new Trump government to put the pressure on for a democratic transition. Finally, I'd like to end with a word to the Portuguese community in Venezuela, hard-working, resilient people who have helped build the country and now faces immense challenges. We won't forget you and we will not fail you. Thank you, Mr. Ribeiro de Sá. You have a blue card from Mr. Oliveira. Will you accept that?
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Mr. Moreira de Sá today has made an intervention which can bring together all the Portuguese national political parties and what we say about Venezuela. We understand that the extreme right is very uncomfortable with the decisions of the Venezuelan people over the past 20 years. The extreme right does not approve of the path chosen by the Venezuelan people. My question is if you have not a single word of respect for the Venezuelan people and respect for the sovereign decisions of this people against coups, against blackmailing, against worsening living conditions. Are you not able to concede one point in the name of the extreme right? Thank you. Mr. Moreira de Sá. Colleague, it is precisely because I respect the Venezuelan people that I take the position that I do. I think that everybody, perhaps not you and your party, can recognise that these were not free and fair elections that were held recently. That is what we're seeing the result of. If the people had chosen the man who is currently in power, the situation would be different. But we all know that that's not what happened. And it is exactly the respect for the Venezuelan people which is in question here. Thank you very much. Mr. Myanmar now.
Las elecciones en Venezuela tuvieron un resultado claro.
The results in Venezuela were crystal clear. González Urrutia won together with Maria Corina Machado, who represent democracy. Yet power remains in the hands of Maduro and his cronies, who are mobilizing the military and are continuing to engage in corruption and are in league with the drug gangs. Cuba, Russia, Iran and more. They are supporting those who did not win the elections, yet who purport to remain in power. We, as a majority here, recognise the repressive nature of Maduro's regime, and we must work together with, yes, the new Secretary of State in America, Marco Rubio, in order to take resolute action. European sanctions against Venezuela need to be tightened. We need more stringent, more extensive sanctions, and we need to work with the US to ensure that they do the same. We also need to support the ICC in its action against Maduro. The people of Venezuela requires our support, our focus, and our every investment. We need to be on the side of the Democrats, not those who are corrupt, and we need also to get away from this indifference. Thank you.
Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. Milamon. We now have Madam Strada.
Grazie, Presidente. Cari colleghe.
Thank you very much, President. A great crisis is afflicting Venezuela still in the wake of the elections, and it's a country which only seeks peace, justice and prosperity. Yet the crisis that they are experiencing affects civil rights, their prosperity, and there are many migrants there who are as desperate, at least as desperate, as the indigenous citizens.
Speak a little bit more slowly. I will take it in account.
Thank you. E oggi vorrei ricordare uno di questi.
One of these European citizens who has gone to the country is Alberto Tarantini, who is an Italian worker who was arrested 2 months ago, a humanitarian worker who has simply disappeared. He had no charges against him, but there has now been a complete silence for 2 months, which is of great concern to his families. Therefore, I appeal to all of you to work together to try to get this man released. He's a friend of the people of Venezuela. We need to stand up for those who need our help. Alberto, we can't wait for you to be home.
Madam Gyuri.
Colleagues, Maduro and his communist regime want to keep power via election fraud. They unfairly influence the voting system. They banned candidates from standing. They suppress protests, and they imprison people in the opposition. They exiled people, and they also are using violence to maintain the regime. The records of voting prove that the election was legitimate, but on the inauguration day there was widespread outcry when Maria Corina Machado was arrested. She was later released because of this outcry. But Biden's government has increased imports of oil from Venezuela. But this is not what Americans need for their heating. We know that the tactics of communist governments, we saw it in Hungary as well. Sometimes communist regimes change the clothes they wear, but at the end of the day, they, at their core, are the same. We need to acknowledge Edmundo González as the democratic president of Venezuela. We need to ensure that the bravery and commitment of the Venezuelan people is not in vain. We support them in their quest for democracy and respect for human law. We are with you, Venezuelan patriots. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Ivo Stier for 1 minute.
Gracias, presidente. El pasado 10 de enero.
Thank you, President. On the 10th of January, the Maduro regime impeded the inauguration of the winner of the elections, Edmundo González Urrutia. Maduro governs, but he's not the legitimate president of Venezuela. He is a de facto governor who has usurped the power. He is a dictator and only recognized by other dictatorships. Who came to Caracas on the 10th of January? Daniel Ortega from Nicaragua, Miguel Díaz from Cuba. From the European continent, delegations were only sent by Russia, Belarus and Serbia. The European democracies and the democracies of the American continent did not recognize this farce played out by Maduro on the 10th of January. However, this is not sufficient. Council must take the same position that this Parliament took, recognizing Mr. González Urrutia as the legitimate president. Our democracies must work together so that the will of the Venezuelan people is finally recognized and respected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Nikos Papandreou for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kubilius, who better than you to support the Venezuelan people in their struggle against oppression? We heard many things here today, and I personally don't care if Maduro came from the working class and was a trade unionist. Today he's a dictator. I don't care if the dictator is communist or from the landed aristocracy. I care that there's torture in that country, and that's what we care about here. How do we know that the elections were not real? Because the results were never handed out. If they were, we would have known who won. So for those who doubt the results, we have the answer. Publish the results and we know. Of course, we know Urrutia won and Maduro lost, yet Maduro is in power. To stay in power, he resorts to torture, he puts people in prison, and he collaborates with organized crime. He terrorizes the poor in his barrios. So, dear Commissioner, dear Minister, dear Commissioner, we do not recognize this regime. You spoke about peaceful transition, yes, but it'll only happen with great pressure. Sanctions, we might have to stop buying petroleum products. We have a pain in oil today, but we have to continue that process. Our motion for a resolution Thursday shows that we support the people of Venezuela.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Stancanelli for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente, onorevoli colleghi.
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, the situation in Venezuela has become absolutely untenable from the point of view of democratic legitimacy. There is no prospect of any improvement at the moment. On the contrary, the situation is ever worse. A number of diplomats have been expelled, Dutch, French, Italian, and the international community is not taking a strong enough stance against Maduro's regime. We need to do so. There is repression all over the country, and political prisoners must urgently be released. All the political groups agree on these positions, and we therefore need to demand more forcefully that those who are in support of the rule of law must be given the opportunity to assert this. It is absolutely vital that so much changes and improves in Venezuela. There are many people who have no rights. There are people who have been wrongly arrested and enforced disappearances. People with disabilities have no rights. We have to put a stop to this.
And now, Madam Ana Miguel Pedro for 1 minute.
No electricity, no water, no food. A country where 24% of the population lives in poverty, over 7 million people have fled, not by choice but out of despair. Where the minimum salary will not even buy you a kilo of rice, hospitals have no medicines, and are places of despair, not of cure. The Maduro regime governs through force, fraud and fear. This regime, ladies and gentlemen, usurps. It does not lead, it oppresses, it doesn't enter into dialogue, and it lies. We have over 1,900 political prisoners in Venezuela today, men and women who refuse to bend to tyranny. They have sacrificed everything, their freedom, their families, their future, so that Venezuela can once again be free. Maduro will fall because oppressive regimes are condemned by the very strength of freedom. And when that day comes, because it will come, we should, without hesitation, register that we spoke out for the right of the Venezuelan people to live in democracy. We must guarantee the power belongs to those who actually won the elections. We will always stand by a free Venezuela and a people that does not give up.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Julien Leonardelli for 1 minute.
Au Venezuela, le régime.
In Venezuela, the communist regime has also once again taken power away from the people. Many people are in prison with the same brutality we saw in Eastern Europe in the past. And the situation is clear. There are people in Europe that are happy about dictatorships, who excuse political violence and who are happy about programs. And then on the other side, there are those people who deal with this new totalitarianism, who really believe in democracy, who defend referendums and citizens' consultation rather than repression. It's we patriots who don't give in despite adversity, and we support the opposition in Venezuela, and we pray for the victims of Marxism. And there are people, extremists and people without courage, who are allowing this regime to continue.
Thank you. And now, Madam Del Campo, for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Facing the obvious defeat at the urns, Maduro auto-proclaimed himself President of Venezuela. He oppresses his opposition, and we have Maria Corina Machado, who is the heroine of this fight for freedom. She doesn't need our congratulations, she needs our action. The international community did not just stand by idly. And the European Union has 15 high-level Venezuelan officials on its sanctions list because of this coup against democracy, but this is not sufficient. We must do more. The European Union should recognize Edmundo González Urrutia as the president-elect of Venezuela. This wasn't done before because countries like mine have not realized that they are breathing life to dictators such as Mr. Maduro. So therefore I would request that Mr. Sanchez now stands on the right side of history. That is not an act of opposition, and this is just relating facts.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. López Istúriz White for 1 minute.
Commissioner, pocas veces la verdad que me siento orgulloso.
I infrequently am proud of the title of a debate, but it is true. There has been a usurpation of the government by Nicolás Maduro and his drug traffickers. They are holding sway there in Venezuela, and the European Union is not taking the requisite action. We need much more forceful action with the support of the left in this European continent. That regime continues to hold sway in Venezuela, and we are failing to put in place the requisite sanctions and to take the requisite stance. We're simply condoning the persecution perpetrated by this clan and its henchmen. We need to give our firm support to the opposition, our resolute support to the opposition, the legitimately elected government. And we have got to make this ever more clear. We've got to stand up and be counted. We have to give our vocal support to Urrutia and to Maria Machado. Thank you.
I have now KGI procedure, and I have two speakers on my list, and I will start with João Oliveira. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. For 20 years, we see the same thing playing out in this European Parliament. This is over 2 decades of interference and economic destabilization aimed at Venezuela, accompanied by enthusiastic outcries for democracy. Many proclaimed democracy, but who were responsible or complicit in the various attempted coups, the extreme fascist right, interference in elections, and economic blockades against Venezuela. The democracy that is defended here for Venezuela was directly expressed in the attack against the Venezuelan embassy in Lisbon over the past few days. The Venezuelan people don't need lessons. They need respect for their sovereign decisions, the end to foreign interference. They need the end of blockades and sanctions imposed from without and which have worsened living conditions in the country. This respect for Venezuelans and their rights is the side that we should choose as Democrats.
Jovanovici, Socioaca, Diana.
Thank you. I was listening to you speak of things that you don't know, that you haven't seen. Perhaps you don't know. I will inform you now. I was part in the inauguration of Mr. Maduro. I was invited. I joined an official delegation, and there were 125 countries represented, and there were delegations from all the European countries, including parliamentary delegations from all over Europe. Stop lying that there were only 3 countries represented. I was there myself. I was on the podium. I was there at the inauguration. I was everywhere. So, if you want to know what's going on in Venezuela, you should go there in order to understand better. You speak of sanctions imposed, and there were sanctions imposed by the U.S. because Venezuela does not to relinquish its resources, just as Romania has done, and we're left with nothing. This is the fight of the people of Venezuela to keep their independence and their sovereignty. I know you're not happy with it.
We are closing KGI procedure, and I would like to ask the floor to take for the Commission, Commissioner Kubilius. The floor is yours, Commissioner.
Mr. President, dear members of Parliament, first of all, let me assure that the EU will stand up for the restoration of democracy in Venezuela. I have taken good note of our exchange and will convey to High Representative Kallas the different positions expressed today. The debate today proves that we collectively remain committed to the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people. It is high time Venezuela builds a future defined by peace and democracy without repression or fear. The EU will always stand by those defending human rights, democracy and the rule of law. The European Union demands that the voice of Venezuelans is listened to. Their democratic will must be respected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Dear colleagues, I have received 5 motions for the resolution to wind up this debate, and this debate is hereby closed. The vote on this item will be held on Thursday. The next item on the agenda is the Commission statement, further deterioration of the political situation in Georgia. And right now, the commissioners, the Commission staff is changing.
Take the floor, and to start the debate, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, honourable members. For more than 50 days now, Georgians have been taking to the streets across the country in unprecedented protests, fighting for the democratic future of their country as part of the European family, and for exercising also their fundamental rights. They've been met with violent repression, with intimidation, and also with detentions. Georgia's progressive democratic decline is actually very much alarming. The authorities have recently enacted a number of amendments to various laws, further restricting fundamental rights and undermining also democratic governance. The violence and hate language against peaceful protesters, against politicians and media representatives, the reported dismissal of public servants for political reasons, as well as the threats made against Salome Zurabishvili, are completely unacceptable. Many detainees remain in custody and face potential prison sentences for criminal charges, yet to this day not a single representative of the law enforcement agencies has been charged, despite the violent crackdown of protests and despite serious accusations of torture of detained protesters levelled by the Georgian ombudsperson. Such actions are not compatible with the status of a European Union candidate. The EU keeps standing in solidarity with the Georgian people, and we urge the authorities to take swift action to de-escalate the tensions. Those unjustly detained must be released, acts of violence investigated, and there must be consequences for the law enforcement officials involved in these legal actions. We also urge the authorities to implement recommendations outlined in the final OSCE report on the recent elections and explore all options to restore trust in Georgia's democratic institutions, always, of course, in dialogue with all political forces and representatives of civil society, including the call by the Georgian society to consider the possibility on new elections. Honourable members, last year the European Union adopted a number of measures to react to Georgia's continuous democratic decline. We downgraded political contacts and halted our assistance to the authorities, 30 million euros under the European Peace Facility and more than 121 million in direct assistance to the government. And at the same time, we continue to stand with the civil society organisations and independent media. 8.5 million have already been reallocated to them, and we are also ready to reallocate additional funds to communication activities as we need to step up our response to disinformation. The European Council decided to de facto halt Georgia's accession process. In December 2024, the leaders reiterated EU's serious concerns regarding the course of action by the Georgian government and its decision to suspend the country's EU accession process until 2028. The European Council underlined its readiness to support the Georgian people's European aspirations and Georgia's path accession should the Georgian authorities reverse their course of action. Regrettably, the authorities have not reversed said course of action. At the December Foreign Affairs Council, Member States broadly agreed to start the process of halting the visa-free regime for Georgian diplomatic and service passport holders. The Commission swiftly prepared a proposal still in December last year, and the respective Council decision should be adopted by the end of January. This decision will send a clear political message that we are holding the authorities into account. And last year, the Foreign Affairs Council also held the first discussion on the adoption of sanctions against the individuals responsible for the disproportionate use of force against protesters. At the upcoming Foreign Affairs Council on the 27th of January, the Member States' discussions on Georgia will continue. We have also closely followed the discussions in this House, and the resolutions passed with an overwhelming majority. We remain open to consider further measures in light of the developments in Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And now, on behalf of the EPP political group, I give the floor to Madam Rasa Yuknevichiene.
Dear colleagues, the brave Georgians have been protesting against their stolen European future for more than 50 days, despite brutality and violence of the Georgian Dream authorities. By the way, people in the streets, they call them Kremlin Dream or Russian Dream Party. As Georgians fight for the European path, it is our duty to be clear in our support. First, the only true and legitimate representative of the Georgian people and only recognized office holder is the President Salome Zurabishvili. Second, the Georgian Dream and the self-declared one-party parliament is not a legitimate authority. I urge the EU leaders, member states and other international organizations to abstain from all actions that would legitimize the self-appointed Georgian Dream authority. The violence against the people, the political opposition and the civil society continues to intensify. One of the opposition leaders, Georgi Gakharia, has been brutally beaten, and independent journalists have been attacked, including Mzia Amaglobeli, who is imprisoned for 2 months. Europe must respond to this by imposing personal sanctions to those responsible, particularly Bidzina Ivanishvili. The only way out of this crisis is new, independent, fair elections without any delay.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the Socialists and the Democrats, Mr. Tobias Kramer for 2 minutes.
Dear colleagues, last week, as we just heard, former Georgian Prime Minister Georgi Gakharia was brutally attacked by a group of government thugs, including a Georgian Dream so-called MP armed with a gun. Gakharia was left bleeding with broken bones and had to be hospitalized. Colleagues, sadly, this is not an isolated incident. Over the past weeks and months, more than 400 Georgians, politicians, journalists, but also ordinary citizens, have been arrested, tortured and imprisoned. Their crime? Taking to the streets for 55 days now to demand a European future for their country. And I've seen these people's courage firsthand during our visit in December. Georgians of all ages and all walks of life, young and old, rich and poor, conservative and progressive, they stand together united in their fight for a future in this European Union and for their right to be represented on this very floor in the European Parliament. And they do so knowing full well that no one is safe in Georgia anymore from the repression and threats of Georgian Dream, no former Prime Minister, not even the President herself who spoke to us so passionately just 1 month ago. But Georgians are not allowing themselves to be intimidated by that, and neither should we, because this escalation of violence is not a sign of strength, but a sign that the Georgian Dream is panicking. They are panicking because they have underestimated the will of the Georgian people and the power of the European idea. They thought that they could rig the elections and play the Russian playbook with disinformation and intimidation to cement their power. But they have slowly realized now that this has been a pact with the devil. Putin is not looking for partners or allies, but for vassals and colonies. And we've seen in Syria that suppressing your own people relying on Putin will lead you nowhere but into Russian exile. There is still time for the Georgian Dream to end this Georgian nightmare. The gates of Europe, the gates of freedom remain open. But for this, the Georgian government needs to cease the violence against their own people. They must allow for Georgia to express their will in new and fair elections. And they need to do so now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker on behalf of the Patriots for Europe group, Mr. Thierry Mariani.
Brussels needs to do more. And this is what the President of the Bundestag Foreign Affairs Committee has said. But why should we be influencing the democratic decision of a sovereign people? We need to have mutual respect among nations. We don't need to see EU interference. It's the people who have the power in Georgia. On the 20th of December, a report was issued about Georgia and said that absolutely no foreign interference has been involved. But Brussels is stepping up interference to repeal the decisions of the Georgian people. We've seen many police officers injured there, for example. But the EU is complicit in chaos. This is a free country. Georgia wants Europe, but a Europe that respects their choice. And Georgia is not going to become a colony of Brussels.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the ECR group, Madam Małgorzata Goszewska.
For 2 months now, Georgia has been immersed in mass protests against the brutal anti-democratic authorities, which once again rigged the elections and suspended accession talks with the EU. The authorities are responding with brutal repression. Georgia is at a critical point. It is either the European values or the criminal regime of the Kremlin that will triumph. As the European Parliament, we cannot stand by. We must demand sanctions against the oligarch Ivanishvili, the businessmen and politicians associated with him, international isolation of the current government and parliament, support for independent media, support for pro-European organizations and independent groups, the release of former President Saakashvili and other political prisoners. We must also build a positive image of the EU against Moscow's propaganda. It's time to act, time for decision.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the Renew Europe group, Madame Nathalie Loiseau, for 1 minute.
In Georgia, the EU is the only party that does nothing, and that is a shame. The elections were stolen, and neither the new president, nor the government, nor the parliament are legitimate. I'm still waiting for you to say this clearly when our parliament has already done so, Mr. Commissioner. People have been protesting for 55 days. They've been repressed, brutally attacked, arbitrary arrests, violence, and the Council was unable to adopt serious sanctions. Our members is constantly there. And what is happening in Georgia is serious, not just for Georgia, but for Caucasus, security in the Black Sea, and for us. The score here is Putin 1, Europe 0. The game is not over yet for democracy. Let's make sure we don't lose it.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the Greens group, Mr. Van Lanschot, for 1 minute.
It's cold outside today. So imagine going outside and standing there for the next 6 hours. You shiver, your stomach rumbles, and you fear the police might beat you for no reason. Sitting on the couch at home with your family would be so much better. But you stay. And you go again tomorrow, like you have been doing for the past 55 days. Because you want your country to stop becoming a dictatorship. Because you want your country to have democracy and freedom. Because you want your country to join the European Union. Now, how would you feel if that same union, after months of debates, would decide that they maybe, just maybe, make it a little bit harder for the officials of that oppressing regime to travel by plane? European Commission, what are you waiting for? Georgia needs our help. Travel to Tbilisi, support President Zurabishvili, and with a coalition of the willing, enforce real sanctions.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the left, Mr. Della Valle for 1 minute and a half.
Presidente, io immagino
President, imagine the future generations looking at what we've been doing and wondering why we have been doing what we've been doing and wondering what on earth we were doing when the West was simply degenerating to utter chaos. Well, this is what's happening in Georgia, really, mutatis mutandis. We need to have a single resolution on the inhuman situation there and the people who are losing their lives while demonstrating for peace and a future and human rights. The country has no freedom and it is losing its European aspirations. We have seen very clearly what is going on. The elections did not take place in a free and fair way. We have spoken out against that. We've also spoken out against pieces of legislation we don't accept. But at the same time, we can't simply let the elite here undermine what a sovereign country is doing if it isn't in line with the NATO objectives and EU objectives. We have got to respect the citizens of a country. We have to understand there are people in Europe who don't vote because they don't endorse the leadership here. It's high time we had a fundamental rethink. We mustn't betray the people we represent. We owe them honesty, frankness, and we owe democracy our support.
Just for the next speakers as well, there was interpreters were asking to speak a bit slower, so just to take in account. But now floor for Sovereign Nations Europe Group, Thomas Fröhlich. Floor is yours.
Thank you, President. The EU is constantly complaining about foreign interference, but it's intervening in the affairs of Georgia and has been doing for months now. It's threatening Georgia with sanctions. It's supporting coup d'etat in Tbilisi. We've seen stirring up of demonstrations, foreign-funded NGOs, mass protests on the streets. We know the outcome of this, and this is no
again. But please slow down, because I see the signs of some interpretations. They cannot follow you. Please start again and do it a bit slower. Thank you.
Okay. Herr Präsident, die EU.
Thank you, President. The EU is constantly complaining about foreign interference, but is doing so in Georgia. It is supporting a coup d'etat in Tbilisi, which is reminiscent of the bloody Euromaidan in Ukraine, stirring up demonstrations, foreign-funded NGOs, mass protests on the street. So the outcome is clear, but it's not a good one. The EU is doing this because in Georgia, political forces have prevailed which do not share Brussels' agenda. Georgians want Christian values instead of woke ideology, sovereignty instead of ties to the West, peace instead of war. And they don't want foreign interference, not from Moscow, not from Brussels, and not from Washington. This is understandable. We don't need a Michael Roth from the SPD on the streets of Tbilisi. We, therefore, in our own interest, should respect the will of the Georgian people. No arrogant lectures, no escalating interventions. Instead, we need good diplomatic relations with Tbilisi, because Georgia must not become a second Ukraine. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Vavrikevich for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Commissioner. I will not bow to this regime. I will not play by its rules. I am on the hunger strike. There is something greater than life itself, its freedom. These powerful words from courageous Georgian journalist, Mrs. Mzia Amaglobeli, remind us how serious the situation in Georgia is today. As she stands against the pro-Russian regime of Ivanishvili, I stand with her and with all of these fantastic people on the streets of Tbilisi or Batumi, and I can simply say, I'm Georgian today. Europe underestimated Russian imperialism for many decades. We cannot repeat the mistakes of Yalta in 2014. Now is the time to act. We must impose stronger sanctions and support free media as well as citizens struggling for the democratic and European future of Georgia. As Mrs. Amaglobeli warns, today it is me, tomorrow it could be anyone. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. Let us not fail Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Nacho Sanchez Amor for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Now, when it comes to elections, some colleagues have made the statement that international election observation condemned the election. I can't go into detail, Mr. Mariani, but there's something that's not spoken about much, and that is the hidden agenda of the elections. Georgian Dream stood for the elections without saying that they would take Georgia out of the path towards European EU membership. Now, they didn't know, the voters didn't know that the Georgia Dream was proposing that, and we need to repeat that. Some colleagues have referred to the attack on the Prime Minister of the country, and this reflects an aspect of impunity, complete impunity. Activists are persecuted and put in jail straight away. There's still no judicial decision on the attacks on pro-European activists, and that's no coincidence. And, Commissioner, some police officers have been attacked, but so have activists, and we need to do this. The microphone has been cut off.
To everybody. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Richard Skols for 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, the situation in Georgia is deteriorating rapidly. The Georgian people want the European future, but their government responds with violence, repression, and lies. The Georgian Nightmare Party has abandoned all its commitments and any pretenses, silencing opposition, harassing journalists, and using brutal force against peaceful protesters. The regime makes a mockery of democracy, hiding behind its principles while trampling them with every action. Their propaganda is straight out of Kremlin's playbook, absurd to the point of eliciting a laugh, but not dangerous in its intent. They present themselves as the defenders of stability while sowing chaos and targeting their own citizens. If we do nothing, we abandon the Georgian people to the government that fears democracy and thrives on oppression. The EU must suspend Georgia's accession process and impose sanctions on those enabling this crackdown. Georgian people cannot afford to be left at the mercy of those who despise its European path. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Brandstätter for 1 minute.
Herr Präsident, Herr Kommissar.
President, Commissioner. Sometimes people ask me in Ulster what I'm doing about Georgia. Are we focusing on it? And I say, well, yes, because it should be an exemplary case of a democratic state, but it's becoming an authoritarian state. And we need to ensure that it isn't left in the hands of an unscrupulous man like the criminal in Moscow, because that is the way things are going. The trouble is that those who are ardent proponents of democracy in this ancient European country, amongst this ancient European people, they want to live in freedom and peace and democracy, but they can't make their voices heard loudly enough and effectively enough. They want to have a democratic life, a democratic media, democratic principles and future. So when President Saakashvili was there, this was all much more feasible, but now they're in danger and in a very difficult situation, so we need to make clear to them that we have not forgotten.
Thank you. And now Mr. Lagodinsky for 1 minute and a half.
We were talking here about misinformation and lies, and some of those lies have made it to this panel, to this podium. People talking about bloody Maidan or violence in the streets. We were in the streets. Many of us went to Tbilisi. We were actually doing your job while you were still here. And we were walking with those people through the cold Georgian evening and cold Georgian night. Hundreds and thousands of people. They walked for their future and the future of their grandchildren, proclaiming they want a European future. Georgians dream of a democratic future aligned with European dream. And this is the true dream of Georgia. But the party that calls itself Georgian Dream, using the full force of its authority to prosecute journalists, attack peaceful protesters, and even opposition and former prime ministers like Georgi Gakharia, who was attacked in a brutal way just a couple of days ago. So I'm asking Irakli Kobakhidze and Mikhail Karilashvili, the Georgian dream of the new tailored direction has its names. So Irakli Kobakhidze and Mikhail Karilashvili, I'm asking you, how much are you ready to escalate? Your people want only one thing. They want a rerun of elections under democratic circumstances. And this is what you have to grant them. This is the right they're fighting for. And they don't want to be tortured. We saw people who were tortured in Georgia. They have a right to be safe. And if not, then we should work on a coalition of the willing who would impose targeted sanctions also against you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Volgin, for 1 minute.
Уважаеми колеги, основното разделение в днешния свят е между силите, които...
Thank you. It is important that we recognise sovereignty and that countries are allowed to make their own decisions and that we refrain from external intervention. This is a policy which is often advanced. It is important that the majority of Georgians are aware of the fact that they can stand up against the US and against Brussels, and that the collective West is not as strong as it might be. They've seen what's happened in Ukraine. They can see that they won't necessarily find that their current regime is overthrown. In Tbilisi, there is a commitment amongst the people to ensure that the Georgian dream achieves its reality. There have been too many years where they were dictated to by outside forces.
And now, Mr. Ondruš Branislav, for 1 minute.
Dámy a páni, najabsurdnejšie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most absurd of all accusations is that the Georgian government is pro-Russian. But how can a government which has not accepted the occupation of over 20% of its territory, which is demanding that the Russians withdraw and which is fighting to restore Georgia's territorial integrity, be pro-Russian? Today's situation is the result of ignoring Georgian reality as well as the unprecedented interference of various European politicians in Georgia's internal affairs. The shift in attitudes of the Georgian government over the last 2 years represents a defense mechanism in response to unfair pressure from Europe. Instead of tolerance and understanding of the complicated Georgian reality in relation to Russia, the Union has begun to dictate to the Georgians, regardless of the impact on their economy and defense. Georgia is actually doomed to seek balanced relations with Russia because the EU is unable to offer any security guarantees. The Russian army can be in Tbilisi in 3 days. And may I remind you that the EU has cooperated amicably with Russia for many years, notwithstanding the long-standing occupation of Georgian territory. I therefore call for a change in our approach and the resumption of a fair and partner dialogue with Georgia based on mutual respect. Thank you.
Antonio.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Lopez Istúriz.
One thing is clear. The October parliamentary elections were not free and fair. And we cannot allow those who stole the elections to get away with it. Wake-up call, members of the Commission, members of the European Council. In this Parliament we have it clear. The de facto authorities controlled by the oligarch Ivanishvili have adopted increasingly repressive legislation, while detentions of protesters, activists and journalists are used to try to silence the opposition. The several violent incidents targeting political leaders last week are just unacceptable. The European path to resolving this crisis is clear. We have to be with the Georgian people and ask for the immediate release of all political prisoners and the organisation of new, fair and transparent elections. We cannot leave Georgia in the hands of the Russians, in the hands of Putin. We have to be close and give our support and our warmth to the people that are suffering in the streets in Georgia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Marcos Ros Semper for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, democracy continues to be under threat in Georgia. We've seen the dissolution of parliament in the country, where they alerted that votes were being bought both before and during the elections. This is a parliament elected without validity, which has now elected a new president. We're seeing political violence, attacks on leaders of the opposition. And I expressly want to record Georgi Gakaria, one of the opposition leaders who had to be admitted to hospital following an attack. There is still time for Georgia to be reconverted to the path towards EU membership. This is what they're dreaming of. But the Georgian Dream Party wants to put stops on that progress. The people deserve transparent elections. They deserve to elect a president who acts in accordance with the will of the Georgian people as a democracy walking towards a more united Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Madam Veronika Vrecionova for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, the Georgian Dream Party succeeded in elections only by intimidating voters and by using conspiracy theories. The doubtful results of the election also are due to the domination of the media by the oligarchs. It's no surprise that people went to protest in the streets. The reaction of the state is inadequate. They beat up protesters, journalists. We are also witness of the intimidation to all who protest against these election results and who protest against the alliance with Russia. The situation seems to be escalating. We need to support pro-Western political forces in the country, and we have to respond against all who intimidate their own citizens.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Žalimas.
Dear colleagues, today we can ask ourselves, is it worth being an ally of the European Union? The reality before us suggests a painful answer. Those who stand under the EU flag and fight for our values face violence, silence, and even sometimes betrayal. In Ukraine, people are dying for the European aspirations. In Georgia, citizens striving for democracy suffer from brutality. Just last week, as it was mentioned, Georgi Gakaria, one of the opposition leaders, and Zviat Koridze, the head of Transparency International in Georgia, were attacked and severely beaten. The editor of Georgian independent media outlet, Mzia Maglobele, was arrested and started a hunger strike. Our liberal democracy is becoming a synonym of weakness. I fear we are losing the respect of those who look to us as a beacon of hope. To restore that respect in Georgia, we must clearly recognize Salome Zurabishvili as the legitimate president of the Georgian people, not to recognize legitimacy of the Georgian regime authorities, as well as to target all the accomplices of the regime with the most effective sanctions. Our financial resources must be redirected immediately to those upholding democracy, independent media and civil society. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Stier for 1 minute.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, fundamental freedoms and values are now restricted in Georgia, and the integrity of democratic institutions of Georgia has been undermined. The work of NGOs is subject to measures that are geared against the representatives of NGOs and is accompanied by high fines and sanctions. At the same time, when the opposition lodges complaints or goes to court, their claims are dismissed as ungrounded. Police uses violence against protesters. They are using violence against the peaceful people. The process of accession to the European Union has been de facto stopped due to the actions taken by Georgian authorities. This is why we have to continue supporting Georgian citizens who want a democratic and European Georgia.
Thank you. And now Mr. Glucksmann for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, colleagues. Georgians are protesting for freedom and democracy in Europe, and what are European leaders doing to respond to their calls? Nothing, or almost nothing. For 10 years, Europe has been passive and has allowed Putin to put his money in place in Tbilisi, buying a country for the Kremlin and hunting down journalists. That's become the norm. Xenophobia and homophobia have also become commonplace in dismantling Georgian democracy. The passive attitude of the Commission and the Council has betrayed the citizens of Georgia. We should follow the reiterated request of this Parliament, sanction Gavrilashvili and his colleagues. We need to react quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Lopatka for 1 minute.
The October 24th parliamentary elections have raised serious questions about the Georgian government's commitment to democratic values and to European integration. As one of the election observers, together with my colleagues, we noted significant irregularities, including political pressure before the election day, misuse of state resources and attacks on opposition politicians, all undermining the principles of free and fair elections. But what was absolutely new for me was the use of surveillance cameras in all polling stations. I have observed in 35 different countries elections, but this was absolutely new for me. Such actions are unacceptable for a country with EU candidate status. So we have to support all the democratic forces, and we have to say it very clear. The Georgian dream stopped European integration, and they are very close with Russia. This is the situation. And here we have to be loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Szczerba for 1 minute.
Mr. President, Mr. Commissioner, dear colleagues, the worsening political situation in Georgia demands our immediate attention. And just 1 month ago, I visited Tbilisi with a cross-party delegation of 7 MIPs, and I have to tell you very openly, the last Georgian election was stolen, and the only legitimate representative of Georgia is President Zurabishvili. The European Parliament has reaffirmed support for the Georgian people, but what we need now, actions. First of all, Ivanishvili and Georgian Dream officials must be sanctioned, including asset freezing. We need actions. We have to stop to talk. I strongly condemn violence against the people and threats against the president. I ask the Commission, I ask the Council to do your job. You have to be with the Georgian people. Georgia is a candidate country. We need them. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Lucas Mandl for 1 minute.
Commissioner, colleagues, 2019, in the beginning of the last mandate, I was meant to visit Tbilisi and to speak in the Georgian parliament, in the premises of the parliament at a different event. But this speech never happened because during this event, a Russian visitor at that time took over the chair of this event, and the people went on the streets and demonstrated against it, and the event had to be cancelled. And this is one of the occasions when I visited Georgia, and I visited Georgia several times, when I clearly understood the vast majority of people is very much against the influence of this Putin Russian regime we face everywhere. They want the European perspective. They wanted a Georgian dream within Europe, but the party that's called Georgian Dream became a Georgian nightmare. I feel disappointed myself, visiting often, meeting here in the European Parliament even more often Georgian representatives, and I feel disappointed for Europe. EU can do a lot for Georgia and others to be faster with European integration processes.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have a KGI procedure which will be very short. I have only one speaker on my list, and I give the floor to Tenis Povilos Androukaitis. Floor is yours. Micro, please. Yeah.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. Everybody who talked here highlighted the obvious thing that most of the Georgian society is prepared to demand for repeated fair elections. It is obvious that we have to answer ourselves the question, what was the wrong thing that the Commission did or didn't do during the past 5 years, the 5 years of Eastern Partnership, Eastern Neighborhood policy? What haven't we done that we face this situation in Georgia? We had tremendous hopes. 10 candidate countries were in the neighborhood, and the Georgian candidacy is frozen. I would urge the Commission to be more active in solving the Georgian problems.
Closing HDI procedure, and now I would like to ask to take the floor for the Commission. Commissioner Brunner, floor is yours.
Thank you, President, honourable members. Thank you for your insightful contributions to this debate. For months, the Georgian people have been demonstrating their attachment to democratic values and their European future. Their determination and resilience deserve our support. The European Union will not abandon them on this journey. We will further increase our support to civil society and independent media so they can continue their work during this very crucial period. We will also further step up our communication and fight against disinformation. And ultimately, the future of EU-Georgia relations lies in the hands of Georgian authorities. Their stated commitment should be demonstrated through concrete actions, including the implementation of the ODIHR recommendations, the investigations also of electoral irregularities, the prosecution of those responsible for violence against peaceful demonstrators, and a genuine commitment and action on the necessary pro-European reforms. Our door will be open to re-engage on this basis. I also note that you, honourable members, and a number of member states have suggested that the authorities should address the calls for new elections, while the current measures taken by the European Union address the undemocratic actions of the authorities. Let me reiterate that our support to the European aspirations of the Georgian people will, of course, continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Dear colleagues, this debate is closed, and the vote will take place during the February part session. The next item on our agenda is the Commission statement, Humanitarian Crisis in Sudan.
Floor again towards the Commission, to Commissioner Brunner. Floor is yours. Thank you for keeping place.
Thank you, Mr. President, honourable members. Today we are witnessing a tragedy that should haunt the conscience of the world. Sudan is not merely in crisis, it is a nation in free fall, grappling with the largest displacement emergency on the planet. And the numbers tell the tragic story. More than 15 million people uprooted from their homes, cities emptied, villages abandoned, families torn apart. 11.5 million Sudanese are now internally displaced, and 3.5 million have sought refuge in neighbouring countries. These are not just numbers, these are lives scarred by unimaginable hardship, tragedy and despair. And the scale of suffering in Sudan is staggering. The global humanitarian overview for 2025 names Sudan as the country with the most people in need worldwide, over 30 million. To put this in perspective, Sudan accounts for 10% of all people requiring humanitarian aid across the world, yet Sudan represents less than 1% of the world's population. Honourable members, Sudan is a catastrophe unfolding before our eyes, with a food and nutrition crisis of unprecedented proportions. The Famine Review Committee's report of December 2025 paints a horrific picture. More than 24 million people, over half the population, are acutely food insecure, with over 8 million in emergency conditions and over 638,000 are in IPC Phase 5, a famine-level catastrophe. And the situation is getting worse. 5 areas, including North Darfur and the Western Nuba Mountains, are in famine. 5 more are projected to follow by May of this year. Imagine the despair of a mother unable to feed her child. Imagine communities watching as entire generations are lost to hunger and malnutrition. This is not just a crisis, it is a heartbreaking catastrophe. There is no other word for that. Sudan is also the epicenter of the largest protection crisis in the world. The conflict has unleashed appalling human rights violations, particularly in Darfur, Khartoum and Al Jazeera. And reports of mass killings, indiscriminate shelling and the systemic use of sexual violence are horrifying. Just last October, mass atrocities in Al Jazeera highlighted the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war. And these violations are not just crimes against individuals, they are crimes against humanity. And just last week, indiscriminate shelling in Khartoum claimed the lives of at least 120 people. And this must stop, of course. Civilians are not targets, humanitarian actors are not targets, and aid workers are not targets. They must be protected. Every violation of humanitarian law is a scar on our shared humanity. Despite these horrors, our humanitarian partners are beacons of hope for the people of Sudan. Their selfless dedication saves lives. They are truly the unsung heroes. But their work is being hindered at every turn. Access constraints, deliberate obstructions and bureaucratic hurdles imposed by warring parties, these are stopping aid from reaching the most desperate. To save lives and feed the starving, humanitarian workers must have safe, unimpeded and uninterrupted access both within Sudan and across its borders. And the European Union stands with the people of Sudan in these dark hours. Last year we provided nearly 260 million to the humanitarian response. We mobilized logistic support, air bridges and sea freight to deliver critical aid. We co-hosted high-level events to give a voice to Sudan's most vulnerable and to shine a global light on the crisis. But we must do more, of course. Sudan's suffering has gotten lost in the shadows, hidden from the world's gaze. We simply cannot allow that to continue. We will therefore continue to advocate for Sudan, continue to organize events and push for increased humanitarian access. Honourable members, the tragedy unfolding today in Sudan is a moral test, I would say, for all of us. Will we look away, or will we take actions against famine, against displacement, against violation of human dignity and against global silence? The people of Sudan need more than our compassion. They need food, they need water, they need shelter, and they need safety. And they need their stories to be heard and their rights defended. They need hope, and let's make sure their cries for help do not echo into the void, but resonate across the world. Today, let's renew our commitment to the people of Sudan. Thank you.
Paldies, komisār kungs. Tagad.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And now I give the floor to Mr. Lucas Mandl for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your clear words on this urgent and important issue. Dear colleagues, this is one of the examples why we need a Europe stronger to the outside, meaning a Europe that can help when help is needed, and a Europe that pays attention where attention is needed. I am in strong contact with the World Food Programme experts and officials. The World Food Programme was awarded with the Peace Nobel Prize a few years ago, as many of you might know. And these experts have a very clear view on things. And they warn all of us, especially the European Union and the whole world, that this could become a so-called forgotten crisis, while children are suffering. 14 million children are suffering from malnutrition. Just to imagine of what dimension this crisis would be, and the World Food Programme is dealing with it properly, but can't do it alone. Also, the European Union will not be able to do it alone, but if we mean it, when we talk about European values, we really have to act. And this is also an example for what Global Gateway, a very important project undertaken by the new European Commission, can be about. It's not only about this or the other sector of business. Of course, it's connected to business because we can help when our economy is strong. But Global Gateway also means that we will help, we will reach out our hand, we will connect, and we will interact all over the world with those who help. And there's also one other reason why it is important, because if we allow happen what's happening there, then other evil powers in other parts of the world who don't care for human lives, who don't care for children, would also seek for achieving their goals and objectives via violence and even worse, not caring for other people. That's why we have to act. That's why we talk in the European Parliament's plenary, which is an important step forward, and this is why we are together in this and will act after talking.
Paldies, sociālistu.
Thank you. And now on behalf of the S&D Group, Madam Marit Mai for 1 minute.
Ja, meneer de voorzitter, meneer de commissaris.
Commissioner, President, colleagues, thank you very much. The situation in Sudan is getting ever worse. 3.5 million people have fled the country already. 11.5 million people are driven from their homes in the country itself. And that's already almost 1 million more than it was last month when we had another debate about Sudan. Half the country is under severe risk of starvation, and famine is actually being used as a weapon of war. So, though, is sexual violence. Rape of women and rape of girls is being used clearly as a weapon of war. The US have sanctioned 2 of the people responsible for this, Rabit al-Gallo and the leader of the Sudanese armed forces, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. But that is only 2 of the leaders of these groups. So let us please in Europe have proper sanctions against people who are brutalising women and who are operating in a completely scandalous way. We've also got to make sure that humanitarian assistance is getting to its destination. And it is partly because of the corruption and the external involvement in this that the war is able to continue in the first place.
And now Mr. Andrews for 1 minute.
Yesterday, President Trump signed an executive order and he said that no further US aid would be dispersed unless it could be demonstrated to align with American interests. Now, the European Union's development policy is heading in that direction. We have a geopolitical direction for the disbursement of aid and development aid, and that is becoming a central policy of the European Union. So we might sneer at President Trump for what he's doing, but we should also acknowledge that the ideological direction of European development policy right now is not very far distant from what President Trump has been doing. And the Commissioner is right. We should be haunted by what's happening. We should be outraged. In August, a famine was declared. That should have been a game changer. 2 weeks ago, the US State Department said that the conflict there should be classified as a genocide. And yet, the world seems a very much colder place. So we can say whatever fine words, and I do respect your speech today, Commissioner. But if we are going to have a genuinely balanced foreign policy, we have to back it up with budgets, we have to back it up with a thoroughly enlightened development aid policy. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the Greens, Madam Isabella Lövin for 1 minute.
Herr talman.
President, the crisis in Sudan is an utter tragedy, and it is the most severe humanitarian crisis the world has ever seen. We're seeing full refugee camps, the killing of civilians, sexual violence, and we're on the brink of famine. We're seeing genocide, war crimes. The internal displacement crisis is the greatest in the world. We have over 10 million people who are displaced. The World Food Programme has noted famine in Darfur, and over 7 million people are suffering severe malnourishment. And still, the crisis in Sudan has not been given the same media attention as other crises. It really is the forgotten crisis, but it is nonetheless real for it. We must give the civilian population of Sudan our support, and we need to do more to protect civilians, adopt sanctions against individuals and organisations that have committed serious crimes against humanity. We must act against those who break the arms embargo and supply weapons to the fighting parties. We must support the victims of sexual violence, and we must support the ICC investigations of war crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the left, Madam Lynn Boylan for 2 minutes.
Commissioner, 30.4 million people in Sudan, that's half the population of the country, currently needs humanitarian support, and 14.8 million have been displaced. The civilian population, as we've heard, are facing extreme violence, deprivation and famine conditions, and the sexual violence faced by Sudanese women must end. The impact of this war on children is also particularly shameful. Children as young as 8 have been raped, and almost 4 million children suffer from acute malnutrition. Over 2 million babies born during the past 20 months are at risk from the decimated healthcare system and the crisis levels of hunger. Amnesty International have called for the arms embargo to be extended to the whole country, and we need to confront the fact that the military-industrial complex is benefiting from the violence in Sudan, just like they have profited from the genocide in Gaza. We should also recall that the peaceful revolution in Sudan only a few short years ago, where the civilian forces of Freedom and Change Alliance were not supported by the international community, and they were forced to share power with the military, democracy being snuffed out before it could truly begin. A return to the politics of power has created a situation of unimaginable suffering in Sudan, and we must ask ourselves why the democratic revolution was not supported. This is one of the direst humanitarian disasters in this century, and the EU must work to end the violence and meet the humanitarian needs of the Sudanese people, including those who seek refuge. Finally, we must also look to our priorities. The €4.2 billion that is needed to meet the immediate humanitarian needs in Sudan is just a fraction of the €2.4 trillion annual global military expenditure. We need to invest in peace, human rights, sustainable development and social justice, and not more money for the bottomless pit of militarism.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Hannes Heide for 1 minute.
Herr Vorsitzender, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much.
And again, since our last discussions in October, nearly 26 million people, more than half of the population, including millions of children, instantly need help. Violence, famine and displacement are daily reality. More than 8 million people are displaced within Sudan. Another 3 million have fled to neighbouring countries. The widespread violence against women and children is horrifying. The RSF's use of sexual violence, gang rape and abductions means nothing short of sexual slavery. The EU and its member states must act and strongly support peace negotiations between the conflict parties to end the crisis. We have to increase funding for humanitarian aid, ensuring protection, treatment and support for survivors. We need targeted sanctions against individuals and entities enabling these crimes, including those supplying arms and financial resources to the RSF. Furthermore, we must encourage international partners to adopt similar measures. We must not wait any longer. Let's give the people of Sudan the hope and support they desperately need.
Thank you. And now, Madam Abir Al-Salani for 1 minute.
Mr. President, Mr. Commissioner, dear colleagues, the ongoing violence in Sudan and senseless war has gripped the nation and its people by suffering, displacement and fear. The status quo for almost 2 years now has been that of utter devastation, and no one is safe. People are slaughtered on a daily basis, facing famine on a daily basis, fleeing on a daily basis, women, men, children, mutilated, raped and abused. But let's not be mistaken. This conflict is entirely man-made, on purpose, further fueled by outside influences due to greed and power politics. Limited aid is entering because of that. Our role as a European Union is to put pressure on regional powers for sustainable, long-lasting peace and provide necessary humanitarian aid. Too long have we been quiet. Too long have we sought to withdraw our engagement from the region. Too long have we idly stood by while millions of people are displaced. Thousands of them are killed. Just how much longer can we wait? The EU must show leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Francisco Assis, for 1 minute.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Sudan continues to not enjoy the visibility it should in this Parliament. The commitment of the EU in this war is disastrous, and we continue to underperform. Nobody acknowledges that this war is likely the most deadly war of all. Europe seems obsessed with the macabre geopolitical interests at stake. We have heavy arms being used indiscriminately against civilians. The US have already applied sanctions to both the leaders of both forces who are parties to the conflict. We have the United Arab Emirates as well. The EU should take the same path. We should sanction the war criminals and hold the United Arab Emirates responsible. This should be one of the priorities of European foreign policy, given the dimension of the tragedy here and the fact that it isn't a priority yet compared to other regions in the world means that, unfortunately, the European Union continues to consider Africa a sort of footnote. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Madame Muriel Laurent for 1 minute.
Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, colleagues. 150,000 deaths, more than 11 million displaced people, the use of rape as a weapon of war, the categorization of genocide by the United States in Darfur. This is the terrible reality of what's been happening for almost 2 years in Sudan. So this evening's debate is crucial, even though it is unfortunate there are so few people here and it's at such a late hour. The EU needs to make effort to re-establish peace in Sudan. We need to have effective access for the population, and humanitarian organisations must be able to do their work. We have the human, financial and diplomatic means to end the atrocities being committed in Sudan. We need to be up to the challenge, and we need to show the Sudanese people that we will not forget them. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. And now, Mr. Papandreou.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. After years of conflict, Sudan suffers from what we must call the world's worst humanitarian disaster. We have spoken about the massacres and rapes, famine, cholera and malaria. Half the population is in dire need of aid. Dear Commissioner, you are right to say that the EU has done a lot, over 200 million, and you also said we need to do more. Let me be a little practical. We need to pressure the African Union and the UN. The United Nations, unfortunately, has lost its legitimacy in Sudan. The African Union can deploy force to create safe areas, especially for the women who have been raped and abuse and sexual violence. There also we can provide humanitarian aid. And there also we can provide the food and even cash. That would be something the EU could do, very practical. Finally, dear Commissioner, we should also pressure the third-party countries that was mentioned earlier in the Middle East to stop supporting the warring countries with money and with weapons. As you said, this is a fight for humanity, for their humanity, and in the end, for our humanity. We are here, all of us, in the Parliament, to lead that fight. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Madam Leire Pahin, for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, 10 million people have been displaced, 25 million people that urgently need humanitarian aid, an escalation of sexual violence which is unacceptable and unimaginable, zones or areas where there is famine. We are witness to a catastrophe of historic dimensions, and this is the great forgotten crisis. And people should be doing more. We need to think about how we can improve our current humanitarian system. We need more resources and an ambitious MFF for humanitarian action. And we need finance tools as well to combat climate change. But we also need to work in a more coordinated manner with humanitarian sectors. We need more coordination and stop working in silos. We also need to bolster the capacities of local actors and have a nexus, maintaining the humanitarian situation, but also building capacity for the future. It's essential to protect women as well. And we in Europe have a responsibility to end the human suffering that's happening there. We cannot leave them to their own devices and alone. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Giorgio Gori for 1 minute.
Signor Commissario.
Commissioner, in Sudan there is a terrible, unprecedented humanitarian disaster. The country has been largely destroyed. Schools, hospitals, all kinds of diseases such as cholera, which we thought were going to be eradicated, are exacting tolls as high as the war itself. The humanitarian operators are working in absolutely extreme conditions. MSF, Save the Children, Emergency, Caritas, and that's only some of the humanitarian actors, are constantly subject to attacks, intimidation, restrictions on their movements. Recently, an ambulance of Médecins Sans Frontières was attacked, and workers from the World Food Programme have also been attacked, some even shot during a bombardment. There is an urgent need for a ceasefire, for an arms embargo, but for more action on the part of the Commission and Member States, more funding and a better humanitarian response. We need to guarantee protection for the civilian population. We need to provide the resources that they need, and we need to enable the humanitarian workers to help the people who have suffered so much more.
Procedure, colleagues, we don't have anybody who wish to speak, so that's why I would like to ask to take floor Commissioner Brunner for the Commission. Please.
Thank you very much, Chair, honourable members, and thank you for your insightful contributions to this debate. Today's discussion has not only shown the scale of the crisis in Sudan, but also reaffirmed our collective determination to act. And we have heard about the staggering displacement and the horrifying food insecurity that is driving millions to the brink of starvation. The grave violations of human rights, the attacks on civilians, and the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war. These are not just statistics or distant tragedies, they are urgent cries actually for help from our fellow human beings. And today's debate, I think, has highlighted critical priorities. The urgent need to dismantle the bureaucratic barriers and also to ensure humanitarian corridors. We must press the warring parties to honour their obligations under international humanitarian law, to protect civilians, safeguard aid workers and allow unimpeded access to those in need. As many of you have highlighted, the visibility vacuum surrounding this crisis is unacceptable, and it is our duty to amplify Sudan's voice, to bring its plight to the forefront of global attention and to rally international solidarity. The European Union has already shown its commitment on the ground, but as you rightly pointed out, this is not enough. We must scale up our efforts, not only in funding, but in diplomacy, in advocacy, and in ensuring that the world does not turn away. And the people of Sudan are not asking for miracles. They are asking for food, they are asking for water, they are asking for shelter, for safety, and dignity, of course, and they need us to act. Let today's debate be a call to all of us, not just to show compassion, yes, but to transform also that compassion into action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Debate is closed on this point in agenda. Godātie kolēģi, nākamā sēde sāksies rītdien, proti trešdien.
Dear colleagues,